should know. I have never really liked you at all. I cannot hide it anymore. I've been thinking about the future, trying to forget about the past. So many ways that I could change for the better.
This is a true crime discussions channel. We speculate. This is all just speculation. Because it's true crime, it's for mature audiences only. There will be no children allowed, no exceptions. Everything on this channel falls under fair use. Please remember to like, comment, subscribe, and share. It's free.
Hey y'all, it's so good to see you today. I saw that it was Marley's mom or Marley's birthday. So I'm going to play the birthday song for you real quick. Happy birthday. And it's Ever Love Me's birthday, so I'll play it one more time for you too, love. Everybody. Y'all, I have been so busy. I've been trying to plan out my lives a little better. It seems to be working better, but I need to email you, Avelis. I need to talk to Sandra, and I've also got to update my missing children's video. Like, that needed to be updated like a week ago. But see, when I get off my lives, I'll work on getting another jail call out. And then in the morning when I get up, I try to get all my timestamps together for my lives. So I'm working on everything. Just wanted to let y'all know that I have been really busy working on everything. I'm so glad. Y'all are so sweet telling everybody happy birthday. That was so sweet. All right, let me get this playlist pulled up. So I'm sure, excuse me, you guys have seen the jail call that was put out last night. We're going to listen to that. There's several things that I want to talk about in that jail call. Hold on just a minute. Okay, here we go. So we're going to listen to that, and then I have spent all morning grabbing timestamps. I actually grabbed some videos of the goats too, but I haven't got them put together so I could get them out for you guys because I was working on getting all these timestamps for today. So I'm going to play the jail call. I'm sure you all have heard it. I'll pause occasionally because we're going to talk about a couple of things, and then we'll go through some timestamps of some other videos. Today, we're basically running down the scenario of Jen and Stefan's story, how Jen basically screwed up. So it should be pretty interesting. So let's get this jail call going. Give me just a minute, and I'll make it big and skip the United States of America. A lot of people have asked why they make them say that. I have no idea. I'm wondering if it's DeSantis trying to be funny, like, you know, this is the United States of America and you will pay for your crimes. I don't know really what the reasoning is behind that, but I do find it interesting. Alrighty, let's roll. Hey, everybody. Oh, let me say hey to y'all. Oh, here's Sandra. I'm so glad that your dad is up and moving. That was so sweet for you guys to be praying. 5 months, goodness gracious. Girl, that's been a while. I'm so glad that he's doing good. So hey, Mallory and Roxanne, Malibu Surf, Ali X, my lovely Abellis, Jennifer, bad girl, my lovely bad girl, Hannah, Anders, Bogart, Corey, Malibu Surf, Chrissy knows it all, Mars Bar, Fawny, Sarah, Shaw, Natasha, Tati, Bogart, I think I said you, Pretty Side Eyes. What a cute name. Jennifer Collins, Lulu, Boomer, Ever Love Me, Lori Green, Cracker Jacks, Heathen, Sandra, All in Tanks, Scratch the Paint, Marley's Mum. Okay, that's about as far up as I can go. Edith, an old one. I saw that you guys were here. Excuse me. Awesome. Wonderful. I still got to get with you, Sandra. All right. So we're going to listen to this phone call. Hey, Manda. Good to see you. Maybe. Oh, I was like, where's the... Hey, Nene Nut. Got my timestamps.
Hello, you have a call at no expense to you from
Janet. Good to see you. A name
this
here.
call will be recorded and subject
Good
to
to see you.
monitoring at any time. Thank you for using IC Solutions. You may begin speaking.
Hey,
Hi. Yes.
Okay. Anyway, yeah, just getting back to what I was saying.
Mallory Beavers is a member here. I don't know if it said it in the thing. Hey, Be Real Tutu. AM, good to see you. Hannah UK, good to see you. Janet.
Faith and trust, and,
Faith and trust. Yeah.
message received.
I guess if there's one thing that we wish for is that you had come to us sooner. That you had come to us and let us know what was going on.
Well, unfortunately, I was suffering from a bit of cowardice.
He is the biggest coward ever. Like, how would that have worked? Mom, Dad, I'm graping a child. I'm abusing the shit out of this child, and I just wanted you to know that. Like, please explain to me how that conversation would have went. Lori said, I knew Jen got in there first with the Woody Allen and the three in the bed. Maddie sleeping in Stern's room. She's covered her arse once again, and she's the smarter out of the two. She knew about the essay. She sure did. I mean, in my humble opinion, she sure as hell did. I don't know how she didn't. And it makes everything else, the CSAM interview, the video interview, the immunity interview, the police discussing what they took from the house with the Woody Allen comment, it makes everything make so much more sense. This story they came up with. And I mean, again, in the immunity interview, I know they've redacted a lot of stuff that we are not privy to and probably won't be privy to until after court. But I mean, they gave her the immunity interview in April, and I think these calls took place from May to June. There's no way she's getting away with this. Like, there can't be. Please, like, for all that, for the love of all that is holy, she cannot get away with this. There's no effing way she's going to get away with this. If she gets away with this, I might go to Florida and protest my damn self, because it's insane. Hey, Genevieve. I'm here, and Stern's family are so obtuse. I like that word. And I saw somebody else came in. Hey, everybody coming in. Hey, Anders, my love.
Yeah, but hindsight's always 20/20, and can't do anything about it now. But
Kimberly, hey. Okay,
you know, this thing,
It's bigger because of it.
it's a bigger problem because of that. And again, not sure what would be any. I'm sure there would be some things different if you had chosen that path, because there's obviously nothing we could have done.
Hey, Diane.
Without. Well, there's nothing we could have done. I mean, there was only one choice. But we could have talked our way through this. I mean, the phone call that you made to me earlier in the afternoon, if you had at least shared that, we could have talked our way through that and figured out a much better solution than whatever was whatever you guys came up with, because none of that was believable.
So Dad knows that it's all bullshit. Dad knows that the whole story they came up with was not believable at all. Malibu Sir said, you would think the Woody Allen comment was a collab between Steppen and Jen to try to blame Maddie Soto, i.e. she had a crush on him. I absolutely do. Absolutely do. Hey, Sylvia and Sue Joy, and a name here. But the issue is, it's not the child's fault. It's never the child's fault. It's his fault and her fault. Notice this picture right here. It's from Deb's Facebook. Purebred dogs save and protect historic breeds while she's breeding them, making them have puppies and taking them away. I just can't with that. I'm sorry. Yep.
And
Hannah?
I was thinking earlier today or yesterday that somehow I feel that you were forced into this, and I don't know, and that's just my speculation, that you were compromised and you were forced to participate in this.
Okay. forced to participate in this. We are all adults here. You're supposed to be an adult if you're here, because my intro says people 18 and over for mature audiences only. Forced to participate and compromised. Okay. In order for things that happen to happen, there is a bodily function that has to happen on a man, and if that happened, there was nothing forced about it. Either it happens or it don't, and it can't happen any other way. I do apologize for that, but there was no forced anything about it other than them forcing Madeline to do things she didn't want to do. Possibly them, definitely him.
This and
I literally said that. What the fuck? When I heard that. Maddie didn't have a crush on Stefan. That's him being delusional. She wanted him to leave her alone. And we know that because that's what the counselor said. The counselor said she didn't like him. She didn't want him to be there at all, ever. That was the only place she felt safe talking about it.
As soon as you gotten away from
Lily
the
gal.
rest of them, you should have called me, and we should have and could have discussed this, and the outcome would have been a lot different than what it is right now. But
I don't want to get your hopes up. And
how would it have been a lot different? I don't understand how it would have been a lot different. If he told you what, you would have helped him come up with a lie and cover it up, and maybe you could have done a better job because you were law enforcement. That's the only thing that would have been different. It's all BS. I'm furious.
as I said, don't get carried away with any conspiracy theories, but in a way I was compromised. When all that stuff was happening, I was not in my right mind anymore.
yeah, well, I understand that.
I was not in my right mind anymore. The chance to play the victim. In a way, I was compromised. Compromised by who? Compromised how? Like, leave the situation. Call CPS. What the fuck do you mean, compromised? I'm sorry, but if somebody asked me to lay in the bed with their child, and then if somebody asked me to lay in the bed with their adult child, or not adult, but teenage child, excuse me, I misspoke. I'm going to have some issues with it. And then if they keep pushing the subject, like, okay, we need private time. I don't want this child in the bed with us. But then it becomes that child is alone with me in the bed. I'm not going to ever be alone with that child in the bed. I'm going to say, absolutely not. I'm leaving now. Have a nice life. And I'm going to call some damn body. What the hell do you mean? There is no, you chose to participate. You chose to be in that. Stop. Sandra said, makes me wonder if they're going to use Jen Soda to testify, and they don't want her as an inmate to testify because a jury would believe her more and she will be arrested after she testifies. I am praying to God that that's what's going on. Hey, Bella's boys. Good to see you. Yeah, I want to throw some things. Being quite frankly honest. Darlene said, bullshit. Did someone tie him up and make him do any of this? I thought his father was really aware of what was going on. Now his wife is changing his mind. All three of them are shit garbage. Girl, I can't.
And that's when you probably should have just called me and said, hey, I've got a bit of a situation here. And
it would have been a rational thing to do, but at that point I was no longer capable of rational actions or thoughts.
Somebody said that they think that he might have been referencing Stearns getting him a lawyer, and that makes sense. Maybe things would have been different if Stearns had got him a lawyer off the bat, but I think he'd still be facing the death penalty or life in prison either way, especially with Florida being a state that gives the death penalty for CSAM. Great point, Shaw.
Yep, I understand. Yep.
I'm capable of it. I had no control over my faculties anymore. It's like the motor was running, but there was a screaming chimpanzee behind the wheel.
Yeah.
I understand that. I don't understand lack of emotion.
Yeah, I don't know.
It wasn't like she was catatonic. She was talking in a normal voice. The only thing that showed any emotion at all was jiggling her leg, but she did that anyway. So
Jen not showing emotion is because Jen already knew this was a concocted story they came up with together to try to explain away the situation. You cannot fake that emotion. And we're going to go deeper into that. Jen couldn't show any emotion. She wasn't kind of catatonic. You can't fake finding out that your child is missing or deceased when you already know, especially missing. They tried to play it off like she was missing and hoping that they would never find the body, in my opinion. And you can't fake that. If you know the child is deceased, you can't fake wondering where she's at, her being missing, all of the things. And we see that, I mean, even from the first video, when they come to talk to her and ask her, had she seen Madeline, had Madeline showed back up in the body cam video, she doesn't even ask them. Like, they have to ask her. She's not like, have you seen my child? Any updates on the situation? Nothing, because she already knows, and you can't fake that. Amanda Page has been a member for 3 months. What an amazing milestone. Thank you so much for sharing that with me and with us. Amanda said, happy Wednesday, y'all. Love you. Love you too, girl. Love you too. Scratch the Paint said, no control over his member in that child's mouth. Right. No, sir. I need you to take 15 fucking seats. Fred Johnson said, hopefully by the end of his bid, they will be calling him Stephanie Stearns. I hope he gets treated how he treated Maddie. Yep, me too.
Yeah,
right, Bazard?
Yeah, she was anxious because she was lying to her teeth. That's okay.
Don't get your hopes up for any conspiracy theories or vast conspiracies. Just understand that anything I did was not done while being within my rational mind. I had snapped at that point. And I wish I had done the correct thing to begin with. You know, I wish I had run downstairs and shaken her awake and called 911 and all that. And
now, the only thing I'm concerned about is him saying, don't get wrapped up in any kind of conspiracy theories, right? So is he saying is that an admission that Jen Soto didn't know anything? Like, don't get your hopes up that Jen Soto was more involved than she actually was. I have to question that. But then I go through and get all these timestamps for all of these videos where none of the shit makes sense. And I'm like, I really don't think so. I think that the conspiracy is that Madeline was missing and nobody had any idea where she was at. Joyous just gifted 20 Speculation Station memberships. That was so very sweet and supportive of you. My goodness. Thank you so very much. Shaking out them bushes. Thank you so much. That was so sweet of you. I really appreciate that. Joyous. Those went to Jennifer, Garrett Dobert, the Lizard King, Judy Horsley, Maria Ebenshade, Shanta Young Mallet, Taylor Ruffin, Kylie, Psychic Amelia, Gypsy Panty Crust, Mom Interrupted, Mystical Moon, Kristen Wright. Thank you so much. And Smooth Renita, Bella's Boys, All Things Serious was gifted. Vicky Maynard, Luna 111, and Denise, Angela Santo, and Meandering was gifted. If you were gifted and you are aware you were gifted by Joyous, and please tell them thank you. And I'll grab the crazy train and pick y'all up on the way to Speculation Station. I'm going off the rails on a crazy train. Thank you so much, Joyous-in. That was so awesome of you. Hello to everybody coming in. Y'all are not late. You got here right when you were meant to be here.
Well, I wish you had too. I wish you had too. Maybe she could have been saved, but
she was beyond that.
Okay.
You know, when someone's that ice cold and just gone.
She was in a different part of the house?
Yeah.
Yeah.
She wasn't with you?
Well, she had gone to be with me earlier in the night, but I'd left her alone for quite a while I was sort of just walking around and, haunting around the house like I do. Sometimes I go out for walks at night, or I just sit on the couch and just fiddle around on my phone, or just, I don't sleep well at night, especially when I've got to be up early and do something the next day.
Yeah.
And that was the case. So every time I realized anything was wrong, it was
She was
hard to
in a
believe.
different part of the house when you found that out.
She was still upstairs.
Oh, she was upstairs. Okay.
Yeah, I left her alone there.
Oh, okay.
I had gone downstairs for a while, and by the time I realized anything was wrong, it was just far too late. You know, she'd been gone for a while.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just, just seeing her pale face and blue lips and how ice cold she was, and it's created.
That's going to stay with you.
Okay, so let's jump right here real quick and see. We already looked up about how long it would take the body to be cold. We're going to ask, can someone be deceased and have blue lips while being ice cold to the touch? Okay, this is, I mean, blue lips happens when there's not enough oxygen in your blood. And that would be from choking. This is from Quora, and it says lips and nail beds can begin turning ashen, or what most people would call blue, in people that are alive. The ashen coloration is due to a decrease in the perfusion of oxygenated red blood cells. This can be the result of poor respiratory function, decreased blood flow from any normal of etiologies, or even when capillary exchange is functioning fine, but the individual is suffering from carbon monoxide poisoning. Carbon monoxide binds to red blood cells more readily than oxygen. Thus, while the individual may not have any mechanical disruption to respiration, the circulatory system is not bringing oxygenated red blood cells via the arterial flow. If an individual suffered massive hemorrhaging or laceration of an artery, the loss of blood from the body will rapidly after the coloration and pallor of the body. So actually, the time for a clinically deceased individual to have blue lips and nail beds is likely prior to death. That's the most important thing right here. So in actuality, the time for a clinically deceased individual to have blue lips and nail beds is likely prior or before death. And then you take into account that he said she was also ice cold. That's not possible. Her lips would have turned blue while Stephen was choking her. And because there would not have been enough oxygen flow to the brain. So, of course, her lips would turn blue at that point, but she would not have blue lips and blue nails and be ice cold, because that happens before death. I believe he saw both, but he didn't see both at the same time. Shin's koala said 2 hours would only drop her temperature a few degrees, 94 to 95 degrees. Yep. That's what Google said. They said it takes about 12 hours for somebody to be ice cold. And the 12-hour timeline does not make sense, because at 8:30 that night, she was dropped off by her sister, determined to be alive. And then by 7 o'clock that morning, Stephens got her in the car, and she is obviously deceased. And we're going to talk about that, because Jenna showed a photo of her obviously deceased in the car, and her reaction is just the stuff of nightmares. Hey, Jenny Jen. Rhonda said Chris Stearns was a former cop, yet didn't tell his adult son that sleeping with a minor child is wrong. I mean, hindsight 2020 and all.
Yeah, that's definitely.
Yeah, I remember seeing my brother when he had passed away, and that's the last thing I remember seeing of him. And so.
Yeah, it's just, you can tell.
Yes, you can. My dad, yeah.
It's just, when they're gone, really, really, truly gone, there's nothing you can do. There's no coming back.
Yeah.
No, there isn't.
She was past the point of no return.
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you what, given the crazies of the grandmom and already starting to call her a Gordo, she would have been the next one on the list for gastric bypass, but
Now, somebody pointed out in my comment section when they talk about given how the grandma was and they were already starting to call her Gordo, she would have been next on line for gastric bypass. Evidently, they're talking about Maddie. After they said she's talking about Maddie, and the proper term would have been gorda, because when you say a Spanish word, gordo, that's a male. Gorda is female. It's the O and N A's or whatever. But they're saying that Madeline's grandma was calling her fat, and Madeline was not fat. I'll play that back and y'all can see what you grasp from it, but it made sense to me after that person wrote it in my comment section and I went back and listened.
given the crazies of the grandmom and already starting to call her a Gordo, she would have been the next one on the list for gastric bypass, but I just think, maybe God just delivered her out of a place that was going to become really bad for her.
I mean, I always knew that life was going to be hard for her. Her mom certainly didn't do her any favors, and since I had no say in the matter of how she was raised or disciplined or anything, there was nothing I could do about it but sit back and watch the train wreck as it unfolded.
Yeah, and she's trying to tell everybody that
and actively participate to make that child's life worse. Like if you really saw a situation like that, where her mom and her are fighting and you knew she was going to have a hard life, why did you actively participate to make it worse?
it was a little angel and she had no problems with her, and you were already telling us that they were butting heads like two Rocky Mountain rams.
Yeah, they got physical on a couple of occasions.
Yeah, I figured they did that again. But okay.
I often played mediator between the two of them because I was the only one that could talk either of them down when they started going at it with each other.
And we talked about that the other day, how that is a tactic that predators will use to make themselves seem more nice, more accepting. Oh, I understand you. I know you better than anybody. You can trust me because I understand you. I know your mom's mean. I know your mom is hateful. I know that you argue. So you can come to me and talk to me about these things. And it's predatory behavior. It can be predatory behavior, not always. And yes, Deb did just say that Madeline is better off deceased, which is absolutely astonishing. We talked about her yesterday. That woman is something else. A card.
Yeah, I know.
Where were the roommates when all this is going on?
Upstairs, doing their own things.
Was all that screaming and yelling and crap going on?
Yeah,
I'm surprised they stayed.
Honestly, it wasn't that far out of place in that house. Was often given to yelling or loud crying or outbursts, and it was given to yelling and screaming and coming down on people. It was happening a lot more and more often, which is why I kept trying to tell I think maybe your meds are becoming less effective. It seems like you're becoming more erratic and more unstable.
I'm going to take that back because I missed it. But he references, people, it not being abnormal for them to hear screaming and crying in the house because Madeline would scream and cry. And then he talked to Jen about how her meds were not working. I need to back that up just a minute. And we're going to listen to that again. And I was listening to it because I listened to it to try to make sure the words that come across the screen are correct. And that's where I picked it up. It's going to be quick because they've redacted Maddie and Jen. But if you listen to the context of the conversation, you will hear it.
Okay.
I often played mediator between the two of them because I was the only one that could talk either of them down when they started going at it with each other.
Yeah, I know.
Where were the roommates when all this is going on?
Upstairs, doing their own things.
Was all that screaming and yelling and crap going on?
Yeah,
I'm surprised they stayed.
Honestly, it wasn't that far out of place in that house. Was often given to yelling or loud crying or
Maddie would often get into yelling or loud crying.
Outbursts, and was given to yelling and screaming
Outbursts, and Jen would get into yelling and screaming
and coming down on people.
and coming down on people. See, at the first I thought he was saying Jen would get into often yelling and loud crying and outburst, but then it doesn't make sense for him to say, and then referencing a person, Maddie would get into yelling and screaming and coming down on people. The person coming down on people in the house would have been Jen because she's the one in control in the house. Hey, Indy girl, good to see you.
Wait, how do I? Okay.
If you don't want to talk yet, let me know when you want me to pause the video, okay?
Yes, ma'am. Hi guys. Hi everybody. Sorry, I'm a little sick today.
I'm sorry. Hope you feel better.
Thank you. I just wanted to go back towards the comment about her being a gorda. I realize that in a lot of cultures, a lot in the Spanish community, it is a term of endearment. But there's also a very toxic part of our community as well. Like my grandmother, she would say it if I started putting on weight. Oh, you're getting chunky or whatever, but it was not a term of endearment. And I feel like as much as it can be, it can also be a very negative thing. And I know that my sister's ex-mother-in-law, for sure, she said it to both of my nieces, but it was to help them to where they don't lose, to where they don't get teased at school. They kind of do it for them. And
Right.
they'll be like, well, sorry,
Yeah.
oh well, you are putting on weight, but you should lose weight, or that's too tight, or things like that. Like my father has even told my sister, oh, that makes you look ginormous, but he doesn't think of it as a negative thing. And I was like, Papi, that's really offensive. Could you apologize? And he never did. So I do
Right.
realize that a lot of the cultures, I know also, especially in Mexican culture, and I don't know so much about other ones, but I know for us in the uh with Panamanians and a lot of other cultures as well, it is a term of endearment, but it also is her just being nasty. And the fact that, like, they had said that she said the gorda, and then there was another thing I wanted to reference as well, but it was basically all tying it all together, because if there was that tension in the family already, then I see it as her being kind of negative. But that's just my opinion. I don't
Right.
see the grandma as it calling her, oh, Gordon, it's real sweet. Or no, I think that if she was saying it, is because Maddie was fluffing out a little bit and she was trying to quote unquote help her. But
Well,
that's just my opinion.
right. Yeah. And of course, I respect everybody's opinion, thoughts, and speculations here. And talking about, and I think we had talked about it before, and I don't know why it didn't dawn on me until you were just talking about it being a term of endearment. I know like older generations, maybe even if she said, I'm thinking maybe even if she said it while, like, because the times have changed so much, a lot of things that we might have heard growing up, we now understand are toxic, and we
Correct.
shouldn't say that. So I'm thinking even if she did say it, maybe she didn't realize that it could have been toxic, and maybe she didn't, I don't know, maybe she didn't mean it that way, but once you explain to somebody, hey, we shouldn't say these things, it's not acceptable anymore, because we've come to understand as a community that it can be toxic and upsetting, and it's actually very hurtful.
Correct.
Maybe I'm thinking maybe that's kind of what was, going on. Maybe she didn't understand that it can be kind of hurtful. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, I've seen or I mean, in my opinion,
Right.
speculating, of course, I think she was being negative, the same way that, like, a lot of people, if you only speak English and you don't speak Spanish, they'll look at you, oh, you don't speak Spanish? Oh, then, and they judge you. I
Yeah.
think that's kind of where it came from, but
Uh-huh.
I digress. I just wanted to pop on there and say that, because I know when my grandmother said it, she was not being nice. And I know when
Really.
my sister's mother-in-law said it, she was not being nice. She was being flat out nasty, just so that the girls hear it from her, because better to hear it from family than other people.
Right, and I'm not of that culture, so I do want to
Yeah.
reiterate that I would not know. So
Yeah, and
I
every
appreciate you
culture is
explaining it.
different. But yes, ma'am, I do believe it was a term of endearment, maybe possibly, but unless they called her that as a nickname regularly, then no, I don't think it was.
Right. I appreciate you explaining that.
That's just my opinion. I just wanted to pop on here. Sorry, guys. I got to
Oh
get
no,
back to
you're
bed.
fine. I hope you feel better.
Thanks. Have a
Yeah.
good day, everybody.
Okay, sweetheart. I hope you feel better.
Thanks. Bye bye.
Bye.
It was happening
Yep.
a lot more and more often, which is why I kept trying to tell you, I think maybe your meds are becoming less effective. It seems like you're becoming more erratic and more unstable. It seemed like the more
That's
stable I
nice to hear.
became, the more unstable she became. Like we switched places.
So Maddie is having outbursts and crying and just yelling and screaming, and Jen and Maddie are fighting, and it's become physical at times. And Stefan is the one. Stefan, back up, hold on. Stefan is the one of Stefan is the stable one. Stefan is the person to calm everybody down and the peacekeeper in the house. And he's like, she's becoming more unstable, and I'm becoming more stable, and it's just a crock of crap, if you ask me.
Well, I always told you she was a black hole to need.
A black hole to need. Jen Soto is a black hole to need. I can see that. And again, I apologize. Thank you, Indy, for explaining that to us. I do appreciate you coming up to tell us that. And thank you so much. And I hope you feel better soon.
Yeah.
Well, there's nothing to do about it now, but what I hate the worst is that she's sitting in a hospital having 3 meals a day, clean sheets, television, access to phone, reading, walking around free, taking a shower by herself, and you're sitting where you are.
Yeah, I guarantee her food's probably a lot better than mine.
Oh, I guarantee it's a lot of stuff that's better than yours.
Again, no accountability. And I mean, I understand believing that Jen Soto was involved. I personally do not believe that she was involved in the CSAM. I think she knew about the CSAM. Her answers when she's asked questions tell me definitively that she knew about the CSAM. I personally don't think she was ever involved in it. I mean, a lot of people think she might have been. And I can understand wanting her to be held accountable, but at the end of the day, Stefan is the one in those pictures and videos. If I don't know what's going to happen with the homicide, I hope she's charged with something, by God. But he's the one that's in the pictures and videos, and Deb needs to make him take accountability for that. Yeah, he refused showers. We know that for a fact. So
Well, it'll all come out in the wash.
Yeah, well,
Hopefully.
a very, 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 very slim chance of doing anything about any of this, and I'm praying to God and asking for His help to make it possible. But
now, is that because he's the only one involved, or is it because he just thinks Jim will never be held accountable? I think if he had something on her, he wouldn't be saying all that, but I could be wrong. Like saying there's no grand conspiracy theories. I don't think that anybody else is going down for this. So, I mean, he didn't say that exactly, but, pretty much in a nutshell, you can grasp using contextual clues that that's what he means. I'm hoping you're feeling everybody. I know there was some stuff going on with everybody yesterday. I hope everybody's feeling better today.
Well, how about giving up the chivalrous part and lay some truthisms on?
what's that?
I said, quit being so chivalrous and protective and start laying some truth bombs on her. There's truth bombs there.
Maybe
I agree with that.
none is groundbreaking or bombastic as you might hope for, but there are some truths there, some ugly truths and some not so pretty truths, but
Yeah, I think there's a lot of ugly truths in this situation. Abellis, I meant okay. Are you okay today? Cara just gifted 10 speculation station memberships. That was so very sweet and supportive of you. I really appreciate that. Those went to Twisted Quill, Tammers, Katya, Heather, Teddy Burr, Christina B. Did I miss the other ones? It's not letting me scroll down any further. I don't know who else they went to. Thank you, Cara. If you guys were gifted a membership from Cara and you are aware you were gifted, please tell her thank you. And I will grab the Polar Express to come pick y'all up. Can I use your lighter? Thank you so much, Cara. Donnie said Mercury is in retrograde until April 7th. So we're all going to be getting colds and stubbed toes and lost car keys. So be safe, everyone. Thank you for that. If you guys don't mind, please hit the thumbs up on your way in.
You know, I guess I reacted to everything the way I did because I wanted to shield her. I wanted to keep her from getting any blowback from him, but
You shouldn't have. You shouldn't have, because that left them only one person to lay everything on. That was you.
Yep. And, you know, I should have just done the correct thing from the get-go and let the chips fall where they may. But I couldn't stand the idea of losing them both horribly like that. And I lost them both anyway, so it was pointless.
Lost them both like that. I mean, of course you were going to. I mean, considering everything that you were doing. You are from France. That is so cool. I have a lavender from France that I put in soaps and things. Is there a lot of lavender where you live at in France? I think it's possible, Brenda.
There was just so much agony and so much pain, so much shock and so much trauma.
I'm okay. We need to replace that. I was in so much agony, so much pain, so much shock, so much trauma with Madeline. Madeline was the one who was in pain, shock, trauma, and all of that.
Mind was just not, it wasn't me anymore. I wasn't in control of myself anymore. I was doing things that I wouldn't do.
Really?
I wasn't acting or thinking rationally. It was just panic and fear and...
Yeah, I can imagine.
You know, Stefan, I can't help but get the feeling that none of this that was on the phone was a surprise to you.
She was aware that I had certain feelings towards me.
Okay, none of this was a surprise. The stuff that was on the phone, the videos, the photos, all of that, none of that was a surprise to Jen Soto. And he states here she was aware that Madeline had certain feelings towards, oh my goodness, certain feelings towards me. But she claims to not know. But then you hear the comments that she makes that's like the sex stuff wasn't evil, but the homicide was. And that tells you everything you need to know right there. She knew what was going on. In my opinion.
Yeah. Well, then why would you?
I'm going to back that up so we can hear all of it in its context because this part's really important. Yeah, blame the kid. Blame the freaking kid. I mean, who's the adult in the house? For 5 to 6 years, he wasn't in his own mind for that long. Shut up. Right. And if Jen Soto knew, there was no need to protect her.
None of this that was on the phone was a surprise to
you. She was aware that I had certain feelings towards me.
Yeah. Well, then why would she send her in there to sleep with you?
She used to joke about it. call it an Electra complex. Used to joke and say, you better not leave me for my daughter when she's older, things like that. Laugh about it, and they used to both ogle over me and comment on me and talk about me together and giggle and talk about how nice I looked, and it was not an appropriate situation.
Okay, they used to oogle over me and comment about how nice I looked and all of that. She referenced it as the Electra complex. So let's see what an Electra complex is. ECTRA. The Electra complex is a concept in psychoanalytic theory. Describes a girl unconscious. Oh my goodness, I don't know what is going on with my tongue today. The Electra complex is a concept in psychoanalytic theory. It describes a girl's unconscious desire for her father and a subsequent rivalry with her mother, mirroring the Oedipus complex in boys. The term is derived from the Greek myth of Electra, who sought to avenge her father's murder. When Sigmund Freud introduced the Oedipus complex, the electric complex is often associated with Carl Jung, who developed the theory in 1913. The Electra complex is thought to occur during the phallic stage of psychosexual development, typically between the ages of 3 and 6. 3 and 6, not 13 and 10, 11, 12, 13. The core idea in this stage, a girl develops a strong emotional attachment to her father and may view her mother as a rival for his attention. Again, it's ages 3 and 6, though, when he wasn't even there. The resolution is, as the girl progresses, she is expected to identify with her mother and internalize her mother's gender identity. The Electra complex is an unproven theory and is not a formal mental health diagnosis. The Electra complex is still relevant in contemporary psychoanalytic discussions, particularly when it comes to literary representations of evil stepmothers. And what does the Electra complex mean? The Electra complex refers to the state of a young girl being attracted to the parent of the opposite sex during the phallic developmental stage, while also developing a sense of competition with her mother. Now, it's not recognized in psychiatry today, and when it was developed, it was 1913, a time when I'm sure there was a lot more abuse. A time when we didn't look at things today. A time when we didn't look at abuse the way we look at it today. And I don't think, and they talk about her oogling, like the fact that he's stating Maddie and Jennifer would sit there together and talk about how good he looked and you better not leave me for my daughter when she turns older and all of that things tells me that it was kind of like a relationship where he was with both of them. And when that became a topic of discussion, why didn't you run? Why didn't you call somebody? It's not ever okay for a mother and a daughter to quote unquote oogle over you and talk about how good you look. What made you stay? Well, what made you stay was that you liked it and you wanted it to happen, in my opinion.
No, it wasn't.
And, always had an issue with boundaries. She never respected.
That is a big issue with me. Maddie always had an issue with boundaries. She never respected my boundaries. Where were your boundaries, though? That is a child. A child is, you're teaching a child boundaries and how to respect them. You have boundaries. You respect your boundaries. You lay the boundaries down and put your foot down when it comes to boundaries to teach the child so they understand. You don't expect the child to have boundaries and just understand. That's something they have to learn. And again, why do you even need to reference that? Why didn't you just leave the fucking situation and call somebody like the damn police?
No, it wasn't.
And, always had an issue with boundaries. She never respected any boundaries that I tried to set. We got in arguments on more than one occasion about the sleeping arrangements, so I, would beg her, please make go sleep in her own room. And she said, well, no, it's easier this way for me to wake her up when she's near me. And it's like we didn't have any privacy, and just didn't have any space to ourselves. And she would suggest, well, maybe you should go sleep in bed instead. And it's like, it's like a twin bed.
So Jen would make you sleep. Jen would suggest that Madeline sleep in the same bed with them so she could wake them up early in the morning, so she could wake Madeline up and get her ready for school. My mind is just not here today, and I apologize. I'm working on it simultaneously while I'm doing this. So Jen's referencing and saying, oh, Maddie needs to be in the bed with me so that we can wake her up in the morning and get her ready for school. And he's like, we don't have any privacy. But then it jumps to Jen suggesting that he sleeps in a twin bed with Maddie. How did we go from, I don't like this, this is not comfortable, I'd please make Maddie go sleep in her own bed when she's in the bed with all three of you, which is first off unacceptable, to, oh, why don't you go sleep with Maddie in her own bed? I mean, was it before or after the CSAM and all of the things that were going on between you and Maddie became public or became relevant to Jen? Because that's when that makes sense to me. That's where we get the text message, I can't risk it anymore. She can't sleep with me anymore. And so Jen would say, why don't you go sleep in Maddie's bed with her if she's okay with the abuse of Maddie going on and the relationship that Stefan has forced Maddie into? That's when it makes sense that Jen would be like, oh, why don't you go sleep in the bed with Maddie? Because I mean, the shit's already happening, and that's just my opinion and my speculation. I mean, nothing else makes sense. I don't want to sleep in the bed with Maddie. I don't want her here in the bed with us at all because we have no privacy. And the conversation jumps to, well, why don't you just sleep alone with Maddie? I mean, that doesn't even make any damn sense. What makes sense is she knew about the CSAM and everything going on, and she said, why don't you go sleep in the bed with Maddie? That's what makes sense to me. I mean, listen to what he says again. How do you jump from, I don't want her in the bed with us, please make her sleep in her own bed, to, why don't you go sleep with her alone in the bed? Like, what? That doesn't make sense.
Laugh about it, and they used to both ogle over me and comment on me and talk about me together and giggle and talk about how nice I looked. And it was not an appropriate situation.
No, it wasn't.
And, I always had an issue with boundaries. She never respected any boundaries that I tried to set. We've gotten arguments on more than one occasion about the sleeping arrangements, so I, would beg her, please make her go sleep in her own room. And she said, no, it's easier this way for me to wake her up when she's near me. And, it's like we didn't have any privacy, and, just didn't have any space to ourselves. And she would suggest, well, maybe you should go sleep in bed instead. And it's like, it's like a twin bed, and I'm, 6+ feet, and no, why would I want to do that instead of sleeping in our king-size bed,
The context of the conversation makes absolutely no sense. I don't want Maddie in the bed. We need privacy. Please make her go sleep in her bed too. Go sleep alone with Maddie in the bed. It doesn't make sense.
I should have broken up with her a long time ago and just distanced myself.
Oh, hell yeah. Oh, hell yeah.
Should have, would have, could have. Hindsight's always 20/20.
Yeah, it seems to be my superpower.
If you really did it, for things to happen the way they did, that it would not have been physically possible for you to abuse that child. And I'll leave it at that. I mean, it's just not physically possible unless you wanted to. So I'm going to need you to stop right motherfucking now.
Useless superpower. Captain Hindsight.
Well, you certainly didn't appreciate it when I told you that.
No, I certainly didn't. Typical, kid trying to make their own way or have their own ideas and realizing only too late, how valuable their parents' advice really was.
Yep. Well, this is a shit show that rivals a pigsty.
Yeah, this is not something that you recover from.
Maddie never will recover, ever, from this, from what you fucking did to her.
None of us will ever recover from this. Ever.
1 minute remaining.
Just not recoverable. Okay, you got your 1 minute warning, and they're probably not going to give you a fourth run at this.
Yeah, someone's screaming in the background right now, too.
Okay, honey, I hear them. So you're going to try to call back tomorrow?
We're going to get some comic relief in just a second, and then we're going to jump into Jen and what she says.
Yeah, I'll see if I can call back in the next couple of days. I've probably got about $18, $19 left on the phone account, and I've got like 17 cents left in the commissary account.
We'll try to do something about that.
Okay.
When do you need to have the commissary replenished?
What?
When do you need to have the commissary replenished?
Right now, always right now. More money, more money, more money. Please, more money.
Whenever you're able to, I guess. I did get a pad of paper, though.
Nice.
You think of what?
He got a pad of paper.
Oh, okay.
I love you guys, and I'll talk to you in the next couple of days.
All right.
Okay, we love you too, honey. Bye.
Comic relief.
Hey, come here. Look at me. Hey, look at me. What'd I say?
Absolutely.
No. Come here. Look at me. Hey.
Nope.
Look at me.
Absolutely no.
No. Come here.
Nope.
Look at me.
Nope.
Hey.
Nope.
Hey. Look at me. What'd I say? What? No. Come here. Look at. Hey. Hey. Look at. You want to get.
No.
You want to. No.
No, man. No.
That's what I want to do.
What the fuck is this piece of shit?
That's how I feel. What the fuck is this piece of shit? Excuse my language. All right, so we're going to go to what I do believe is, I'm going to try to do these in order. So the first one is going to be this one. I've got a couple of timestamps. We're going to go to 33. So we're going to talk about Jen and basically what her story is and what she said and how this is the story that they came up with. This is their script that they came up with that Dad was referencing. You know, this script is just, it doesn't make any damn sense because it doesn't. This is where she's going to talk about the Woody Allen situation.
Bed. So that was, I wasn't even comfortable sending her that night, but I just did it for my own selfish reasons.
Okay. Did you know
that he was abusing her? It's redacted.
he's never said anything to you or anything about it?
If anything, I've always told him that my biggest fear is that this would turn into a Woody Allen situation where the stepdaughter or the dad grooms the child and the child turns 18 and ends up running away with him.
Now, she first started to say where the stepdaughter falls in love with the stepfather and then quickly changed it to what it actually was. The stepfather grooming the child. We listened to the that situation, the Woody Allen situation phone call. That was absolutely heartbreaking the other day. But that goes back to what he said. They oogled over him and she referenced it as the Electra complex. If that's true, that makes sense because she sees it as Maddie falling for Stefan. And there she's saying, you know, don't leave me for Maddie when she gets old enough. It's exactly what Stefan just said. She referenced the Woody Allen situation. They oogled over him together, and she referenced it as the Electra complex. She saw the CSAM as being okay, in my opinion.
I told him like that was my biggest fear and I don't ever want that happening. Like, you can't do that to me. Like,
why would you say that to him?
Because I never trusted. I grew up being told never.
Now notice how she fumbles over that because she can't tell the officer, because I know that was a possibility because we both talked about how good he looked and how nice he was and how much we liked him and how cute he was. Because I referenced her having an Electra complex because I knew that there was something going on there. I knew he was abusing her, but I saw it as not abuse. She can't say that, so she fumbles over her words.
Never trust a man. My mom put that in my body. Never trust a man. And like, I did not completely 100% trust the man, but in my, like, the logic in my head was saying, you know, he's been in your life for 7 years. Nothing's happened. He hasn't shown you anything that he's weak.
So you don't trust a man, yet you send her upstairs to his bed. Please make that make sense. Now we're going to jump to 41. We'll go to 4051. Yeah, sure.
I keep in my car.
What about Stefan?
I think sometimes he brings it, leaves it in the car. Sometimes he brings it in with himself. It depends.
Why would he bring it inside?
I'm not sure.
Does that seem normal to you? To bring a garage remote inside the house?
No.
She's getting hit. The cops are on to her in this interview. This is where they first get on to her. And she's getting hit with shit she can't explain away because it's all bullshit and lies, in my opinion.
But he said that morning he left the house. He said that morning he left the house and then returned again because he forgot the garage clicker, so he came back to get the clicker. I don't know how true that is or not.
Do you think that was odd?
He's a very forgetful guy. I don't.
I'm going to pause that right there before we get into the meat and potatoes of this timestamp. Katya, who has a channel that is True Crime Addict 8, shared her milestone with us, and that was so very sweet of you. I can't believe you've been a member for 2 months. That is awesome. She said, whoop, whoop, 2 months. Time flies when you're having fun. Yes, it does. Make sure you guys, I'll try to grab her channel and drop that link. Make sure you guys check her out. She does all the trials and things. Really interesting. All right, so this is going to be basically what we need to listen to. This part of the interview is what I have written down for this timestamp.
Fucking know what to think of him anymore. I don't know if he's lying. I don't know. I don't know.
All right, so you know you're...
It's redacted.
All around.
Yeah. That's Maddie asleep in the car.
Maddie's not asleep in the car.
What do you mean?
Do you believe Maddie's asleep there?
Is she dead?
I don't know. We don't know where she's at.
That's an odd way for her to be laying down sleeping.
Who reacts like that to seeing that your child is possibly deceased in a car? The cops are saying Maddie's not asleep. She's possibly deceased. Who reacts like that? She reacts like that because she already knew Madeline was deceased in the car, in my opinion. She can't fake the funk. You can't fake that emotion when you already know the outcome, in my opinion.
So this is at 7:30 in the morning. Ish.
And she's about to get called on another lie. Queen Olive Ruth Ann has been a member for 4 months. Oh my goodness. That is quite a while. Thank you so much for sharing that milestone with me. That's so awesome. Thank you for being here and being part of our speculation station. How awesome. Thank you for sharing that.
It's way too early.
But you said you thought around 8 o'clock.
Because I assumed that he was getting her ready for school. So that would be the time he'd wake me up and take her.
So she's lying. We know that she said she saw Maddie in the kitchen that morning getting ready for school, and then she changed it and says that, oh, I wrote that on that statement because you told me to write what I saw, and so I wrote what I assumed I saw, which doesn't make sense. And then she gets called on the bullshit about it being 7 o'clock when she says that he doesn't even come in her room till 8 to put the leash on the dog, and that's what she's been saying. And again, it's, oh, I assumed. No, it's not that. It's that your story doesn't make sense, just like Chris Stern said, and it's a bullshit story, and you can't fake real emotion. You're 160 away from 1K. That is awesome. I just dropped her link. Please go subscribe if you haven't. And please don't forget to hit the thumbs up everywhere you go to help channels get in the algorithm.
Just for the recording, this is a video from within the complex that shows the front angle through the windshield.
Yes. So the next picture is going to be Maddie in the front seat of Stefan's car. You see right here?
Mm-hmm.
That's taken at 9 o'clock near SeaWorld.
9 o'clock in the morning.
Mm-hmm. I'm hoping you can tell me that.
SeaWorld?
He's near SeaWorld.
Lord have mercy. I am so sorry. I was right here talking away. Okay, so my next timestamp is 107 and it's titled Wrong Emotion. So remember that she just got shown this picture and the cops were like, your child is deceased in the front car. She's not sleeping. She's deceased. No tears, no crying, no screaming, nothing.
Do you find it odd that it would be a month late?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Those images you guys showed me with the car,
Mm-hmm.
is there any more?
Mm-hmm. I mean, none that I can show you right now, but yes, there's quite a few.
But we don't see where he ends up going in the car.
Where do you think he would go?
I have no idea. If I knew, I would tell you. What general direction did you say he headed in?
Her cause of death was strangulation and a broken hyoid bone. Cindy said, I disagree. I think Jen is 1, medicated, 2, confused, and 3, in denial that Stephen Stearns committed the homicide or sad. And I respect your opinion and your thought. I respect everybody's thoughts, opinions, and speculations. And you are more than welcome to talk about it here. I strongly disagree. After hearing Chris Stearns and everything that Stephen said on the phone and all of these things, I strongly disagree. And I'm going to basically spend the rest of this episode showing that, why I strongly disagree. And what I think Jen Soto knew, but I definitely respect your thought, opinion, and speculation. And I love to hear people's thoughts, opinions, and speculations, even if you do disagree.
He's all over the place. I don't want you to take this the wrong way, but this is just, we've been doing this job a very long time, as you can tell with all the gray in my beard. Your emotion when I told you you broke down like that. Do you remember that? Like instantly crying. But when you talk about her possibly missing or God forbid, deceased, that emotion changed.
What do you mean by changed?
So when I told you,
It's redacted.
you broke down and started crying. Okay. But then when I showed you the pictures and said that she may not be asleep in those pictures, your emotion just changed.
I don't want to believe that. I want to. In my heart, I know you're showing me what you're showing me, and you're telling me he threw away her backpack. And I want to assume the worst. I don't want to assume the worst. I want to assume that she's still alive, that she's out there, that he's hidden her somewhere. But with what you're showing me, it feels like we're looking for a body. I'm just in shock. I don't want to believe that she's dead in those images you showed me. She doesn't look like she's sleeping. Who sleeps? When you sleep in a car, you sleep with your head on the door. Her head was over here, right?
So right now, when the police call her on this and say, you're not having the right emotion, they said, I've been doing this for years. You are not acting like somebody who's just finding this information out for the first time. To me, what it seems like right here is she's trying to fake it. Like now she realizes they're calling her on it. She's not getting away with it or presenting herself as she should, as they planned for it to go when they figured the script out together. And she's having issues, so she's going to kind of fake the funk, in my opinion. And no, it's not, Darla, you said, so you believe Stefan. No, I don't believe everything Stefan says. I do believe that they came up with a plan. I do believe that Jen Soto knew about the CSAM, and I personally speculate that something happened that night and they came up with a story together. Again, I mean, just the McDonald's comment alone, like the whole reason the McDonald's situation was mentioned was to give Stefan a reason for leaving the house so early. Yet Jen states that they came up with that plan the night before together. There was no reason, like the whole reason the McDonald's thing was mentioned was so he could get her body out of the house before the roommates woke up and anybody else in the apartment complex saw it. Could he have manipulated her and been like, oh yeah, I'm going to take Maddie to McDonald's in the morning after Madeline was already deceased? It's possible. But then with everything else that you're presented with that Jen Soto said and did, I personally believe that she has a lot more knowledge than she's letting on, and the cops do too. But again, I respect everybody's thoughts, opinions, and speculations. And I don't want anybody attacking anybody or arguing with anybody that has a different thought, opinion, or speculation. I want us all to be respectful of everybody's thoughts, opinions, and speculations.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what you want me to say or do, or just want my daughter back.
And this is exactly what I was just talking about. We are literally having a conversation right now about Maddie possibly being dead.
Yeah.
And you have yet to shed a tear. But when I mentioned to you that you were crying violently almost. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Because that was physical proof. That was proof of what was happening.
Mm-hmm.
That destroyed me.
So when she's presented pictures of I don't know what the CSAM, I'm assuming she's violently crying or something to that effect, but then you present her with photos and evidence that her child may be deceased and she's not having the right reaction. And I mean, I'm not the only one who sees it. The detective is calling her on it too. The detectives are like, ma'am, this is not, you're not acting like a normal person would. They're sniffing out the BS, like they smell it too. Yeah, destroyed. I was destroyed. Why use the term destroyed? Right. Yep.
Until that picture of her asleep or not asleep in the car is not proof to me until I see a body. I have hope that she's still alive, but I don't know what you're telling me. I'm starting to fucking doubt everything. But I can't tell you why I broke down over one, and I'm being really serious now. I just...
So here's what's going to happen. Starting tomorrow, it's already started, but tomorrow there's going to be information being released between our department and Orange County's Sheriff's Office, is that now this entire investigation is the Kissimmee Police Department's investigation. I think I told you that last night.
Yeah.
Okay. Right now, we are probably going to start working this case as a homicide.
Okay.
Because he's in jail right now for... Okay. He's in jail for that. But we believe he possibly has done something to Maddie. And we want to know where he would possibly go. Now, this is going to be a very difficult situation. But do you have any knowledge of what he has done with her?
I wish I could tell you, but I don't. I have no idea.
Again, with the talking low that we've talked about, like a child when they get in trouble, talking real low and calm and kind of looking away from you, not making eye contact, twiddling their thumbs. Of course, we can't see her, but she always starts talking real low like a child that's in trouble. Right. That's it. While someone's stomach is growling, homicide's taking over, and that's okay. Are you for real?
I wish I knew. I wish I knew. I would tell you. Having it be switched to homicide makes it official for me.
And she does start to cry here, but I personally feel like it's she's making herself do it because they've already called her on having the wrong emotion. She's not crying, getting upset or anything like that until they've already said, you're not acting like a person who doesn't already know this information. You're not acting like a person who's just now finding out that her body in the car was not asleep. She was deceased, and all of these other things that are happening. Now, at the very end of the interview, she starts to cry and get upset. And we're going to jump to, in this interview, I was also listening and found out a couple of things about Maddie's meds. I want you guys to notice the storyline about Madeline and taking her medication. And this goes to Stefan saying that Madeline possibly took too much of her medication or a medication on purpose. And that's how she became deceased, or somebody gave her too much, but it wasn't him. We're kind of running two things right now.
Do you double check her medication?
When we give it to her, yeah, I make sure I grab the bottle or she grabs the bottle, but like somebody's got eyes on her, grabbing the pills and taking them. Like it's a tag team situation. She's not allowed.
And this is only 3 minutes after she was just crying. This is 3 minutes later in the interview, and she's normal again.
Take them alone. So we just make sure that we got to watch her. That I don't want her to accidentally grab the wrong bottle and accidentally take Adderall before bed, because that sounds like a terrible idea.
So they always watch her when she takes her medication. She never takes her medication alone. Okay? That's what I wanted you to get from that. In that interview, Maddie always takes her medication while she's being supervised. Never takes her medication alone. Okay? So we're going to go ahead and remove that from the playlist. And we're going to jump into the new CSAM interview. Hold on. Just a minute. Oh my gosh, I hate when it doesn't let me go down. Oh, Lordy. I don't have it in here. Okay. That's okay, because it's right up at the top. All right, so we need to go to the new CSAM interview. Right here. I have a lot of timestamps for this one. Okay, so we're going to go to 410.
We were just going to be together that weekend. We were going to have a good time. So I just can't think, like, why?
When you say what's the motive, what are you assuming?
Okay, and right here she's going to talk about Maddie and Stefan's relationship.
How long has he been in town recently?
He got into town Sunday evening.
This past Sunday?
Yeah.
Okay. And he was staying with you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Please don't be attacking. I just saw somebody asking why Dawn's being attacked. Please don't attack anybody in the comments. He says Maddie wasn't drunk in the tapes. Did I hear that? No, I didn't. I did not hear that.
All right. And then how is his relationship?
I would say super great. He treats her as his own child. He always has.
Okay.
They're very similar. They're both very childish. Like, he loves board games, video games, arts and crafts, all that stuff.
Okay.
I'm kind of a watcher.
What do you mean?
Like, I won't play the games. I'll watch them play the games.
Oh,
I'll
okay.
be
I
a
see what
part
you're
of
saying.
it that way.
Yeah.
But he's more involved with that.
Okay.
Yeah, they're pretty great.
Okay. Do they ever go off on their own? Like, you kind of do your thing and the two of them do stuff together?
Hardly ever.
Hardly ever?
It's, for the most part, it's the three of us doing something.
Gotcha. And then when he stays, does he sleep with you, sleep on a couch, separate bedroom? What's like the sleeping arrangements like?
It depends. For the most part, he would sleep upstairs in the guest room, and me would sleep in my bedroom downstairs.
Okay.
Sometimes he would come sleep in the bed, all three of us together.
Okay.
And rarely.
So in this interview, it's sometimes they would come and sleep in the same bed, all three of them together. Yet there's 1,700 images of Madeline over a 7-year period that happened, even though Madeline was never alone with him in the bed more than 5 times. And he sometimes sleeps with all three of them in the bed. And she's texting him talking about, I can't risk it as far as Maddie being in the bed.
Rarely ever would I send them upstairs to go sleep alone away from me, because I need a good night's sleep, because if we sleep all the three of us together.
Oh, I can only imagine.
It's a king bed, but like my kid karates, like she just.
Well, she's she's not a small baby anymore.
No, she's not. So it's just 3 humans on a bed is really uncomfortable, really tight.
About how often they would go, you would send them off on their own?
I would say honestly, somewhere between, I'm going to say less than 5 times has this ever happened, right?
That's
it
fine.
hasn't been that.
And this is over the course of him visiting back and forth, correct?
So it's a total of 5 times that this has happened. you don't get 1,700 images in a total of 5 times of this happening. Do I have any mods in here? I saw somebody asking about something. Is there any mods here?
You mean the sleeping arrangements
Yeah.
done alone?
Yeah.
No, that was including him living with us.
Oh,
Like,
okay.
hardly ever would I send them upstairs because I had that rule that she couldn't
Thank
sleep
you,
alone
Dawn.
with him. That's just me. I'm just
Right.
very
And then you said you and Stefan have been together for about 5 to 7 years?
7 years. Yeah.
7 years, okay. So you're pretty familiar with him?
Yeah.
Okay. Whose hand does that look like to you?
Okay, Abellis. Thank you. You're
I
okay.
would say that's Stefan's.
Is that Stefan's hand?
Yeah, I would think so.
Okay. So you and Stefan, have you guys been sexually intimate before in the past?
Yes.
So you're aware of what like his penis looks like and things like that, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Does this look like Stefan's penis to you?
No.
No. Okay. What about that?
Possibly, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
So you're thinking that's his penis?
might be.
Okay.
If anything, it's not even the penis I'm recognizing, it's the things around it.
So it's the things around it that make you believe it's his penis?
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, I want to know what things were around it that make her believe that it was his member. But I mean, you've been with this man for 7 damn years. How do you not know what his member looks like? Even if you guys weren't sexually active over the past year, which is sus AF to me, but you can only identify it by the things around it.
So we have these images, and unfortunately, over the last maybe 2 or 3 years, he's been doing stuff with oral sex, vaginal sex, and things like that.
What makes you guys?
We have photos.
Okay.
We have his phone. We were able to get into his phone. And there are some very, very unfortunate graphic pictures of him conducting various sexual acts with. I wish I could tell you this was all a made up story, but it's not. Did you ever suspect anything like this? No? You okay? Okay. Can I get you anything?
Maybe it's water.
Some water? I just if you want to take it. Yeah.
Okay. To me, I mean, considering again everything Stefan said, if we're going to go down that avenue, it seems to me like, and I'm going to point it out over the course of the timestamps I have on these interviews, it seems to me like she's not as concerned about the actual photos. It seems to me like she's concerned about what photos they have, who's in those photos, and what they know. It seems like more of a self-preservation to me. And I'm going to show you why as we go through the timestamps I have written down. It seems to me like she's trying to figure out what information they have, what they've seen, what they know, so she can kind of transform her story as it goes along. That's my thought, opinion, and speculation. And I understand if yours are different, and I respect that. Faith said, in my opinion, Jen is responsible fully. She's the mother and the guardian. And in black and white, she is the one that sent her up to Stefan's room. If Maddie would have been downstairs, it would not have occurred. I mean, I agree with you.
How are you feeling right now?
Can't breathe.
She said, I can't breathe.
Is this a surprise?
Is there photos of her?
Mm-hmm.
So he has to ask, is this a surprise? That's not normal for a detective to have to ask you if it's a surprise to you that you just found out that your child is sleeping, or not your child is sleeping, that this man is abusing your child and there's photos of the abuse he's conducted on her for this amount of time. Your response is not accurate. It's not normal. Therefore, the cops are having to ask, is this a surprise to you? Because like you're not having the reaction a normal person would have. And her response is there photos of her?
Yes. So you know how we have his phone? Obviously, that's how we were able to find the photos in there.
I don't want to believe that this is true. Can I see some of that evidence?
What makes you believe that it's not?
I thought I knew him well enough.
You said you thought you knew him well enough?
Hold on. Does this seem like a normal reaction to you for somebody who just found out that this was happening to their child over an 8-year period? It doesn't to me.
We want to find her. Can you think of anything of where Stefan would take her? Did they have any special hangout spots? Did they have any places that they would do together while you were at work or you had other things going on in your life?
The only place they would go is hang out at home. There's no place I can think of that they've gone outside. I mean, they've gone shopping to like Target before.
Okay. But anywhere else that you can think of?
All right, we're going to jump to, okay, the second one, 25 through 26. Again, with the photos. There's a lot of times that she talks about photos in these interviews.
Just thinking of the worst case scenarios. Eventually, we found out that there were missing, also 2 other missing children in the area, and that all the cops had gone to a park. So one of my family members went to the park to speak to an officer, to try to get an officer to come back to the office, and he did. And then he took a report. That was about 7:30, I think.
Monday night?
Yeah.
And what's Stefan's kind of demeanor been since then?
He's been absolutely a mess.
Do you think he would ever hurt?
I don't think he would. No.
Okay. Understand.
Like I believe you when you talk to me about those images.
Mm-hmm.
Those images might be real, or they've happened, but I don't believe you're related to this case. I don't think.
It's been going on for, it's been going on since she's been. Like, and I wish I could say, you know, it's not true. It's not. I mean, we have images. We have them. I looked at them. This goes all the way back to 2022. Some of those pictures. I understand it's a lot to take in right now. I can only imagine what you're going through, but we need to know literally everything. I mean, at the end of the day, like I've told you many, many times, the sheriff's office main goal here, we want to find and bring her back home. That's what we want. But we need your help. We can only.
So okay, she's like, I understand that those photos may have happened, but I don't think they're related to this case. And then you take into account the Electra complex comment, how they oogled over him, the comment where she said, I can't risk this anymore as far as her sleeping in the same bed with me. Like, I don't know. For me, that paints the story that she knew, and for whatever reason accepted this abuse that Stefan was doling out on Madeline and thought it was okay. I mean, I don't know how else you can be shown photos of, trigger warning, your child with your boyfriend's member in her mouth and think that's okay and that it's not related to the homicide. Hello, Bazard. Good to see you.
Am I echoing? I always have to check. Am I echoing right now?
No, it sounds really good right now.
Ah, perfect. I'm on speaker today, so maybe it'll stay good. But I'm doing good.
Okay. Good. Good to
But
see
yeah,
you.
same here. But yeah, I'm not, I know there's some people in chat that were just mentioning certain things. And like I said, as everyone have their own opinion, I just think that, and I don't want to argue, but it's just like, it's these kind of stuff that she says. And then I always bring up who in chat, including you, and I don't have children. I have nieces or I'm cousins and stuff like that. But who in their right mind would want to see not just one time, multiple times of your child being abused by your supposed partner? I mean, it's stuff like that where I just feel like even if you feel sorry for her, maybe she has mental illness, whatever. It's stuff like that where it's like, okay, I can have mental illness and still be like, I don't want to see that, let alone one time, but multiple times.
Right. And
Mhm.
it's in this interview that she asked to see it multiple times, and to me it seems more like a fishing expedition than you just got hit with this and didn't know about it. That's just
Mhm.
my opinion.
And then not recognize your supposed, like I said, partner's genitals, even though supposedly you were together for almost a decade and you couldn't recognize it when they showed you the photos, or even the fact that they're even suggesting stuff like this. Like, okay, I'm in an interview and they start talking about, so you and your girlfriend been having relations lately? And if it relates to like something with a child or I don't know, some sexual thing, it's like that's kind of stuff that I don't understand how she can act like she didn't know anything and
Right.
act stupid. It's just the bizarreness of, even though most of us are not, detectives, or some of us are have experience in that world, it's like even I know that's just bizarre and weird. And
It is.
no other excuse can be, unless she was completely ignorant, which is highly doubtful, but we'll do the whole speculation. That's the only explanation. If you were truly drugged out, mentally ill, really didn't seem like you cared about your daughter in general, that you didn't exceed this going on, that's just the only explanation I have. But a legitimate, so-called legitimate explanation.
Right. Okay. I understand that she's on medication and to the extent that she's on disability for that medication, but I mean, with the comments he's making about the Electra complex, no, I don't believe everything Stephen Stern says, but I believe there was something like that going on. And then my mind just went completely blank. Oh, Stephen going to Wawa, going out every single night, having a donut on the tire. I mean, all of these things added together, nothing seemed out of line to you. And then where we're going to get into the next interview, when she plays the story, they tell her to say what she thought happened as if she was writing a book. She says a lot of things in there that are very incriminating. He drugged her. He choked her because there was no mess in the room upstairs. And then she follows that up with, was there? Because I didn't go upstairs, which is, I mean, that doesn't even make any sense. That sounds to me like you did go upstairs and you're trying to say you didn't to place yourself out of the situation and act like you didn't know anything about it. And it just continues on and gets worse as it goes together. She even puts her in the trunk of her car, which makes absolutely no sense, because if you were going to run the scenario, it would be that she's in the trunk of Stefan's car, and then when he went to place the body, that's when he got the flat tire. That's the only thing that would make sense if you're running this scenario. At what point would she have ever been in the trunk of your car? But she was. Jen runs the scenario and says, then he put her in the trunk of my car, and the dog hits on the trunk of the car. There's no way you know all this without knowing all this. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, there's no way you just put that story together in your head. Strangulation, drugging, trunk of your car. I don't see it. I've tried to run this.
The bizarre coincidence of getting stuff like that down. Yeah, it's
right.
No way.
Yep. I've tried to run this and make it to where Jen Soto was so medicated that she's walking into walls and damn sure shouldn't have a license to drive a vehicle. And I still can't make it work that she didn't know anything. Especially, the sex stuff is not evil. This might have happened, but it's not related to the homicide. I'm sorry. If you tell me that anybody is being abused, my child, your child, that child, those children, the boy up the street, the bully down the road, I don't give a shit. You tell me that they're being abused and I know that it's this motherfucker over here, I'm going after them. Like, you're going to have to grab the taser, the rubber bullets, I don't know, pepper spray, probably all of it. No, absolutely not.
Exactly.
Absolutely not.
Exactly.
But I don't want anybody to think this is an open chat, and we are open to everybody's thoughts, opinions, and speculations. And I respect your thought and opinion and speculation, and respectfully disagree. And I'll leave that at that. And please don't attack people with other thoughts, opinions, and speculations, because attacking somebody is not the way you get somebody to listen to what you have to say or believe your point of view. Mallory Beavers, thank you so much for the support. Mallory said, and then to see these photos, not be enraged, but then to text the abuser's dad to get the abuser a lawyer. Right. Exactly. I have a problem with it,
And I agreed with, I forgot who a while back posted in chat, like, what if they're not going to charge her right now, but then after? And I could kind of see that. I mean, the only reason why I think they just want to get Stefan down to the T. So if no ifs and doubt, no ifs and buts or doubts. And I can see that why I think Jen will still get in trouble. Maybe they just don't want the idea that if they charge her now, and then if she was on trial, then it would be like, well, they'll say, well, one of them did it, and then it'll just confuse maybe the jury enough to where there'll be doubt. So maybe that's the route they're going with. It kind of makes sense,
right?
Maybe. But I mean, but at this very point, I mean, with all the stuff you discuss and I discuss and everyone else is pointing out, it's just in the videos and audio. It's the likelihood of this being ignorant and drugged out, which then I think I mentioned like a while back, I understand that people have issues and they can still take care of kids, but it's just in this particular case, and maybe other cases too, I've noticed, it's almost like, well, why would you be even responsible as a parent if you're this fucked up, in my opinion?
Right. If you're this ignorant to what's going on, how can you be well, I mean, again, I don't think she was. I think at the very least she needs to be charged with neglect or something. But yeah, I definitely get it and understand. Abellis, thank you so much. She just gifted 20 Speculation Station memberships, and Basil must have heard me say Abellis because he just jumped up on the bed and came to say hi, Abellis. Those went to Rachel Lee, Kim Orts, April from Illinois, Linda McGraw, Smokey Joe, Little Linda, Jennergy, Andrea Salas, Jen Rains, SJA, Fair Duncan, not today, Satan. Susan Locke, Pumpkin Porter, Velvet Hex, Lee Daly, Amanda Jules, and Sunday Shauna M. Thank you so much for that, Abellis. That was so very sweet and supportive of you. I really appreciate you doing that. I will grab the Polar Express to come pick y'all up on the way to a Speculation Station. Thank you so much, Bellis. I really appreciate that. And that was so very sweet and supportive of you. Okay. So you know the drill. Let me know if I need to pause.
Mhm.
Okay. So we're at 26. I think that might be the end of that timestamp. Yep. Now we're going to go to 3109. Ah, there we go. Nope. It's redacted. Hold on. Or they're being quiet. Now we should get somewhere.
I don't want to see those images, but I do. I feel like I need proof evidence, but like I'm afraid of being traumatized forever, so I'm not sure what to do.
That's okay. And the Kissimmee detective, we'll go over everything.
So she's asking again for proof of the evidence. She says she doesn't want to be traumatized forever, but she feels like she needs to see proof. And please believe, as someone who used to live a very different lifestyle and has broken the law, I definitely understand the fear of the police lying to you. Okay, but I mean, if you tell me that was going on, I'm apt to believe you. I personally, it seems like a fishing expedition to see what they have, what's in those images. What images did you get that we weren't able to delete? That's just my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
Everything with you, okay?
Okay, I think that was all I had for that one. Now we're going to jump way ahead to an hour and 15.
I'm tired of not having the partner that I wanted.
Mm-hmm. And when you guys got back together,
So, I mean, and again, we're just where I clicked to start it with. She's tired. She broke up with Stefan and was upset about not having the partner she wanted. So why is she calling him back to take care of Maddie that day when she has the next 2 days off? Why is she, if he's not the partner she wanted, they're not in a sexual relationship. She's got her mom, she's got her sister, she has off work for the next 2 days. Why are you calling him back to take care of her? I mean, if he's this sorry SOB that won't get a job and you don't want him in your life anymore, but yet you're calling him to take care of her when you have the next 2 days off and you're working on moving him back up there permanently. Why?
And I would say she would probably explain it as
Hold on,
like,
love. Sorry.
Mhm.
I didn't mean to do that.
Oh,
I'm
no, it's
trying to pause
fine.
it.
She would probably explain it as like, oh, well, we were like friends still. And it's still that factor of like, I guess maybe because I'm a male, and I would assume the same thing with women, where if you're in a relationship with someone for that long and sex
Mhm.
was involved, it's still like, okay, would you still be in a relationship with someone for over a decade or close to it, and there is a sexual relationship, but then it dies down, and then it's just like, well, I don't like the way this person treats me or how they act around the house, but yeah, I'll still have them around me. It's I don't know, maybe like I said, it's just weird stuff to that effect of how would anyone else on the outside of that picture would see it as like that's a weird relationship. Like you don't have sex. He's like a man child, and you let him sleep in bed with your daughter by herself, but yet you still
Yeah.
want people to feel sympathy for you?
Right. Like, what was the reason for him even being there, especially if you didn't know
that's
anything? And
been
I mean,
since
again,
he's
with the
left
jail
for
calls
more reason.
and the Electra complex and all of that, again, I don't necessarily believe Stephen Stearns and everything he says, but I do believe that
Mhm.
because it's the only thing that explains why she says the images, I mean, the sex stuff isn't evil, but the homicide is. Why she's keeping him around when she thinks he's a sorry SOB and they've broken up and she doesn't want him there. Like that, you can only, I can't make it make sense any other way.
Exactly.
Very sloppy. He's very messy. He doesn't clean up after himself. He doesn't help around the house or contribute. And I felt like I was the only one doing the household chores and the cleaning and the cooking and stuff. And I'm just like, listen, I know I'm disabled, I haven't worked, but I kind of, it needs to be fair. Like, you need to help me out and be a partner. And I didn't feel like he was being a partner. Yeah, that's pretty much why.
But I mean, and again, you can tell she was gonna say something else. Yeah, but yeah, that's pretty much it. I feel like you found out or were aware of the relationship or something to that effect, and then you wanted it to stop, but then you brought him back for what? Like, and if he was, again, like I just stated, if he was all of these things, why do you bring him back? Why do you want him to move back in?
It's like I said, I just don't think any. I mean, I get some relationships can be like that, but I would still think there's actual physical relations with those individuals. But when it's like 0%, yeah, there's something else is going on where you're still allow this man to come live with you.
Yeah. Something is odd. I personally don't think that she was involved in the CSAM, but I think she knew about it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Nothing major happened, anything like that. It's just my feelings of, I was just tired of cleaning up after him and tired of not having
maybe psychic
the partner that I wanted.
And when you guys got back together, or on and off, as you said, that's been since he's left, or just more recent?
I'm gonna say more recent. We were still kissing while we were broken up and all that. So
Would he come here? Would you go there?
he would come here. He's only been gone for the last 2 months, so he's come here those few times.
Okay. What about?
And I would like to add that per everybody at Maddie's school, she was a lot happier and doing so much better since he had been gone. But, you know, never mind all that.
Your guys' sexual relationship.
Oh. I haven't wanted to have sex in a very long time, but that's due to my psychiatric medications. It just completely kills anything down there. It's not enjoyable. It's not fun for me. So I don't have sex. And I think that was a big problem not a big problem, but of course an issue in our relationship.
Me too.
Did he ever mention that to you?
What exactly did he mention? I know he had told me he was like frustrated, I guess.
Oh, I was gonna say, can you pause for a sec?
Yeah.
I'm gonna use the word frustrated.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, I was thinking the way it also kind of sounds like, and it just popped in my head. It almost sounds like, in a way, how some people who marry, like I say, a gay friend for like certain kind of benefits, is almost like this is their relationship was almost like that. We know that he's not gay, but or at least, well, we know Jen was bi, but it's almost like that in a sense, if you know what I mean. Like I can't see him physically being attracted at all with Jen, safe to say. And it's just like, it's almost in that kind of way where it was just a what do you call it? A beneficial kind of relationship, but maybe a transactional kind of relationship. And there was just no sex involved. It was just, well, clearly Maddie was what he wanted.
Right. Okay. So if somebody does that, I would assume that would have been, I would kind of relate it back to before, marriages like that were accepted. But if somebody does that, like in the movie where I forget the name, but the firefighter marries the other person, it's for insurance benefits or something like that. Like, it's a legally binding document so they can get benefits from the government. And if she was keeping him around for what she could benefit from him, what is she benefiting from him? Because he doesn't clean, he doesn't have a job, he doesn't provide her anything, unless you want to go down the road like Grisha stated that she was providing, he was providing her substances of some sort, but I don't know what substances, because again, when we talked about yesterday, like there was all of those Adderall were still left in the bottle, and it was supposed to be refilled 3 months prior. So I don't know what kind of, I mean, that's my thought process on that. Yes, they could be abusing some other substance, but like I said yesterday, at some point it becomes, I'm going to trade this substance to get this substance. And if she was really abusing substances that bad, it would have come to that point, in my opinion. And so, that's my thought on that. I don't know what he was giving her or how she would have benefited from it, unless unless she, knew that what he was there for and condoned it.
Right.
Sorry.
And I think that's what's probably going to be one of the major things coming out in this CSAM trial not too long is like when she is brought on as a witness stand, what exactly was your guys' freaking relationship? How did it really start? Because I don't believe the bull crap that they supposedly met at the job that his dad had and all that. But I think there was more than just her saying after a year being so-called friends, you want to have sex? Like, no, there was something more to it. And I kind of in that same ballpark with Gersh. Either it was drugs related or something financial wise. There's just no way. I just like I said, the whole gay thing. And it's not like the scene was gay, but that analogy is like there's just no way he was attracted to the woman. There's clearly no way. Even if they did maybe have sex, there was maybe a few times, and that was it.
Yeah. Yeah. I see it more as, I don't know that she knew necessarily in the beginning, but I definitely believe that they oogled over Stefan together, unfortunately, and that there was some kind of what she referenced as the Electra complex going on. I genuinely believe that. I see a lot of you saying that you think she preferred benzos as opposed to uppers. And what we were talking about yesterday is that the prescription bottles for Adderall and the other, amphetamine that was prescribed to Madeline, one of them was supposed to be refilled in December and one of them was supposed to be refilled in January. From personal experience, when I was unfortunately abusing medication, I got Klonopin and Valium, to be specific, and I would trade them for oxycodone. Sorry, Oxycontin had stopped by that time when I was trading stuff. So I would take my benzos and I would trade them to somebody to get pain pills. So my thought process on that is there was like 26 in one bottle and 28 in one bottle, and it was supposed to be refilled several months prior. So nobody was taking that medication and nobody was trading that medication for benzos. There's a lot of people out there that will abuse Adderall and amphetamines, and they might have access to benzos, and so she might would have traded or whatever is my thought process on that. Now, again, like I've said before, I was not there, I did not see, I do not know. That's just my thought process on that. But another thing that we pointed out with that is that they say they monitor Madeline every time she takes her medication, and they're very adamant about making sure she takes her medication. Yet Bestie said she hadn't taken her medication since Valentine's Day, and with that many being left in the bottle and it's supposed to be refilled 3 months prior, she won't take no medication.
Right. And then I'll let you say what you got to say.
Sorry. Christy, thank you so much for the super sticker. I really appreciate that. And that was so very sweet and supportive of you. Thank you so much.
Well, because then I was thinking of the only other transactional thing I can imagine, and I know I've probably said and other people have mentioned it before, is that, okay, even if she didn't know Maddie was being abused early on, the frequency of, Stefan doing what he was doing was in insane levels with thousands of images and videos that I think eventually Jen, and I'm speculating, but I think she eventually figured it out not too long once Maddie got older and just how obsessive, I almost said stinky, Stearns was. And then I think that's where the whole idea of the theory that the CSAM material was helping financing that life for them, where she could afford pretty pricey stuff, Jen. So that's where I'm at now. Even if, let's say, for the drugs, maybe it's not there per se, or it is there. I think the fact that I think she figured out early, well, at least later on when Maddie was getting older. By the time she was like maybe almost close in her double digits, I think she realized then and just accepted it for the money that Stearns was giving her.
And I think that, I mean, I definitely think that could be possible too, especially, I mean, if she for whatever reason condoned this relationship and she saw that there's a possibility to benefit off of something that she already knew what was going on, I think it's highly possible that she could have. But, you know, I don't know. All right. So this timestamp I have, okay, we're going to listen to just another minute of this. Hold on.
I know he's had sexual relations with other people. I'm not bothered by that. That's whatever he needs to do. Yeah.
So here we notice that she says they're not having sexual relations and she's told him to do whatever he needs to do. That's going to come back up when we go into the video interview. So we're going to go to 120.
In contact with her at her apartment, but that was after the initial report was made.
That was last night.
Yes. Yesterday, the other detective, Frank, responded around 10 o'clock in the morning and started looking at the school. I'm not sure when the initial contact was made with her. I want to say it was like around 11 or 12, right? At your apartment. And we've been in contact with her since then.
Now, I understand that a detective recently showed you some pictures of not so pleasant things. Okay. What was discussed at that point?
They asked me if I recognized the penis. In one image I didn't. In the other image, not that I recognized the penis exactly, but I recognized the things around the penis. And
like what, clothing or?
Clothing and like a pillowcase.
Okay.
That was like underneath the penis in the picture. So I recognized that.
Now, keep in mind that Stefan's member is distinctive because it has a freckle or black mark on it somewhere, and they say it's pink to approximately a quarter of the length down the member. So if it's so distinctive that they can find these markings on it in the pictures and they can validate that it's definitely him because there's certain quote unquote birthmarks or whatever on it, how can she not describe it after being with him so long? If you've been with him for these many years, how can you not describe it when it's got all of these special or distinctive markings on it? That's weird to me. You identified the pillowcase, not the member, but it's easily identifiable because of the markings. That doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I was like
have
she's
you
playing
ever?
stupid.
Sorry.
Oh no, I was just saying she was playing stupid, or I think we were getting at. That's what I kind of think too. Like, well, even if maybe they didn't have sex, it's kind of like in that I'm 50-50 where did they ever really have sex in their relationship, or she never actually saw it at all.
That's what I'm questioning. Princess Pillow, thank you so very much for the support. That was so very sweet of you. Princess Pillow said, just wanted to say this is a great stream and I really appreciate how you're piecing this together. Timestamps, you're awesome. Oh, thank you.
Aww.
How very sweet. Thank you. You guys make it awesome. I appreciate that. That was so very sweet of you.
Did he explain to you where those images came from?
You said Stefan's one? Is that correct?
Did he explain to you the content of those pictures?
I'm not sure.
Sorry, y'all.
Explain that they were in his phone, that there's evidence that they've been sexually active or doing things sexually.
What's Stefan's relationship with? What's their relationship like?
I was gonna say really good, super great. He treats her like one of his own. He's always been super sweet and kind to her. Very accepting, warming, understanding of her.
Okay, so she's talking low again, like a child who's in trouble, but she's saying they asked her about the relationship Madeline and Stefan have together, and she says that he's always really sweet to her. He's always really kind and understanding. He has to be more patient with her because she has these autistic traits and has issues. So we're kind of getting an idea of what she says their relationship is. And she does reference him as a stepfather in a lot of these interviews that we've got that were once redacted, now unredacted. The part that was unredacted is the fact that she references him as a stepfather.
But she's got ADHD, so she's kind of a little, I'll say abnormal. And it's like she doesn't act like every other kid. But you have to have extra patience and understanding for her. And he does that really well.
And she's now, right, from what I understand. When she's around Stefan, does she act any different?
No, she's happy, just like, hey, how are you?
Lies.
But she doesn't act any differently or weirder.
There's no really easy way to ask this, but
So, going back, I mean, again, I genuinely believe that there was some oogling over Stefan in reference to the Electra complex. But I mean, when describing how your child acts around this person who you reference as her stepfather that they have been around for 7 years, and your first thought that comes to mind when somebody asks you how they act is she says, "Hi, how are you?" And then she gets real low in her voice. I mean, again, it's like it's scripted to me. It's something that she told herself to say because by this time she's had time to double check her story and get it right and make sure everything's accurate and sounds good before she goes in and talks to the police. It's not new information because she knew it was out there. What's new to her is the fact that they found it and she thought she deleted it, in my opinion.
And I'm in the same ballpark. And I think the investigator, at least the one particular voice detective, the male, he recognized how her voice would go low, and it's annoying when she does it because he's like, well, yeah, you're acting sus when you start speaking low, but then the next minute you're like, oh, hi, yes, like why you're getting low when we ask you what's the relationship like with your supposed boyfriend with your daughter? Oh, I don't know. I mean, it was nice, I guess.
Right. Little mousy whisper, like Kim said. She's performing. Right. Yep.
do you think it's possible that Stefan and her are having a sexual relationship?
Before those images, I would have said absolutely not. But if you're telling me that on the other side of that penis that they showed me was her with her mouth, then there's nothing else I can believe. That has to be true. But before that evidence, I would have said no.
Has Stefan always been?
There's no emotion in it for her, and again, I genuinely believe that the answer should have been, well, yeah, I've known that there was, as Stefan described it, he said that she knew Madeline had inappropriate feelings towards him and acted inappropriately towards him. I mean, I genuinely believe that because you're not in a house with two people who you're not in a house with a child who's being abused, or if we're going to take it to an adult level, with two adults that are having an affair and there's never any other sign. Now, no, this was not two adults having an affair. This was a man abusing a child. There was some signs. Somebody said something at some point that kind of made her question things, and I know there's proof of it because she references the Woody Allen situation. You can't tell me in 7 years there had never been anything said out of line. Nobody ever caught anything that was out of line, nothing. I mean, we have the Woody Allen comment to reference. We have the roommate saying, hey, Jen, are you aware that they're in the room and the door is closed? And Jen just saying, thank you. I mean, there's not, there's only so many ways you can put this puzzle together that makes sense.
Or the fact that Deb said that she talked to her about the whole sleeping arrangement, and Jen was like, yeah, sure, we'll take care of it. If Deb is telling the truth, coming from her.
Yeah.
Like when you guys communicate and talk, or have you ever caught him in any kind of lies or not being truthful or anything like that? So he's been honest about everything, as far as you know?
As far as I know, yeah. I never had to question. If I've had questions, I've had answers. So it was never, I never suspected anything.
How long have you been living?
I've lived in that house on and off.
Okay, so that's about the end of that timestamp. But she says, if I've had questions, I've had answers. Yet you're concerned about the Woody Allen situation. Like, that doesn't tell me that there's answers to your questions and that the answers are that your child's not being abused. That tells me that there was a lot more going on.
And remember, with the whole Woody Allen thing, she was so animated than most of the videos and audios that we've seen her. She was like, she just, waving her hands around and everything about the whole Woody Allen thing. But like in this, yeah, her mood is, yeah, maybe, I guess. I want to believe you guys. I don't know.
Yep.
And even if, like I said, even if that some people feel sorry for her, maybe there's a legit reason to be sorry for her. She lost her daughter, but there's just too many weird inconsistencies where it's like, well, Jen, you don't seem like you care about your daughter when she was even alive anyway. And after the fact, you're more concerned with Stearns getting a lawyer, or wanting to see the picture of your daughter having your boyfriend's, well, I'm not gonna say, but his member in her freaking mouth, Jen, and you want to see that multiple times, but yet you can't take the fact that people before everything came out, people were coming up to you and feeling so emotional because they understand what it's like to have either a child abused or go missing, and you couldn't take it. I can't take it. It's stuff like that where it's just, I just can't. There's no way you can tell me to ever feel sorry for Jen. I'll feel sorry for her family, or at least the family members that seem like they, legitimately cared about Maddie. But Jen, there's just no way you can convince me to feel ever sorry for her.
Okay, so you're all set. Are you all the way to April 23rd?
Right. Hold on. I got a phone call. I'm going to play part of this. I apologize. I got a phone call.
After school before bed.
Hey, hold on just a second. I apologize.
Do you know if ever has conversations with Stefan outside of your presence? Like, do they talk on the phone?
It's possible, but if I'm at home, I would know.
Gotcha.
Because she's always in my bedroom. She's hanging out in my bedroom or in her space, but I can hear her in her bedroom, or I can hear her from my bedroom, so I would know.
Okay. Now this is kind of going to get into a sensitive subject, which I apologize. But there were images on his phone of them two being involved in a relationship. Now,
I sincerely apologize about that. I keep getting phone calls. But yeah, here I was listening to what you were saying and I caught most of it except for the very end. You right now they're talking about, there's images of them being in a relationship, which it wasn't a relationship, it was abuse. And I don't know if what I was listening to and what I heard you say, I agreed with. I don't understand a lot of the things and the innuendos that were going on.
But yeah, well, the end of it was just me saying, like, I just don't feel, I have no emotion towards Jen. Some of her family members I do, like Juan. I mean, I felt that,
Oh
and he
God,
reminds
yeah.
me so much of my grandfather. So it really that hit me in the feels, and yeah, it was, almost got me emotional. But anyway, it hit, and it's like it's something like that where I can never truly feel anything for Jen except I hope she goes to trial, and whatever they find her guilty of, I hope that she suffers more. Hopefully, well, just not as much as Stearns. He'll get what he'll get, but with Jen, she just deserves as much suffering for what her daughter had to go through for all those years. So, but
So
mhm.
I mean, and I understand and respect your opinion. I think that she has lost her child, which is an awful thing for anybody to have to deal with. I think that her sense of parental ability, her sense of relationship standards was extremely warped. I don't I think that she is suffering because she has lost her child. And I think she needs to be held accountable for knowing that they are in a relationship, or that he was abusing Madeline and she thought it was a relationship, and she knew damn well that that's not appropriate and that shouldn't be happening. I think she should be held accountable for her part in that. And I think she should go to jail for it, because at nowhere is that acceptable. However, I do see it as something is warped in her mind to where she thought it was okay, whether she's doing it for the money benefits, if they were getting money from it, whatever benefits she was getting off of it, she put herself before her child, and whatever she was benefiting from this, she needs to be held accountable for doing that. I do feel sympathy for the fact that she lost her daughter, and for the fact that for whatever reason she thought this was okay. She knows damn well it wasn't okay, and she thought it was, or let it be okay because she was benefiting from it, and she needs to be held accountable for that. I do, though, like I said, have sympathy that she lost her daughter, so I'll say that.
Yeah, and I can understand and agree, and I can agree with that and understand that. It's in everyone has their own particular take how they feel about her, but
Right.
and it's amazing that you can say that. Well, hell, I mean, the majority of us never knew Maddie, but we can all say that I have, and you have, everyone else, legitimate feels for this young girl and how her life should have never ended this way. So I can just say, even then, we cared more about Maddie than her own mother. So I can say that.
Yeah, I have to tiptoe on that very carefully, but I do feel like there was some kind of jealousy aspect in this, and for whatever reason, she did not care about Madeline the way she should, or she did not view her as a child in the way that she should. I have legitimately cried over this case, especially when I saw the pictures that Madeline drew. I cried. That was when this was the first FOIA that I've ever submitted and gotten back, and that was when I learned that sometimes you don't really know what you're asking for until
Yeah.
you receive it. It bothers me that Madeline had to live in this life for as long as she did, but at the end of the day, that is her mother, and I do have sympathy, but she needs to be held accountable.
In the end, she does. Yes.
Maddie is the victim. Okay, hopefully the phone calls are done. I'm sorry, it keeps throwing me off. Okay, so we're at 132 through 133. Okay.
Has she ever disclosed to you or anything like that? If anything like that has happened between them? No. Okay. Has he ever mentioned to you, like, is he into any kind of, like, does he watch porn or any that you know of?
I'm sure he does, but
Does he watch it around you or? I know some relationships, girlfriends go on guys' phones, guys go on girls' phones just to look, be nosy. Do you do any of that sort of thing, or does he do that to your phone or anything like that?
Okay. We pretty much respect each other's privacy.
What about you and phone? Do you ever go through her phone at all?
Sometimes.
Now, this one is a hard one for me to deal with, because in the immunity interview, they reference, do you ever send Madeline upstairs to sleep with Stefan? And she starts to lie. And they say, keep in mind, we have all of yours and Stefan's text messages, so we know how many times it happened. So again, she's lying. Even right there, she's lying. She's saying that Madeline and her have never talked about it, and they're on Google Meet all the time. Stephen even says that he doesn't talk with Maddie unless she's standing right there, right by hand. And there's no way that they had this going on, that he was abusing her for that long and nothing was ever said out of line. Again, I believe 100% that she saw it as an Electra complex, and they both oogled over him, like he said. Stefan, he could be lying about the how he found Maddie and the homicide because he doesn't want to be held accountable for the homicide of Madeline, okay? But I don't believe that he's lying about the CSAM, because there's no reason to lie about that anymore. They have all the pictures, they have all the videos. So when he says things like that, I believe it, because I mean, he's already called on that. He knows they have all the photos. He knows they have all the videos. Why lie about that now? Of course, he's going to lie about the homicide because everybody's questioning how she ended up that way. That's my opinion on that.
No, and I agree with you 100% on that.
Yeah. Okay, so I have this one marked and one more after this, and then we'll jump into the video interview.
I don't think everything else right now.
I feel like can I see that image? Can I see that image of my daughter with the penis in her mouth? Because I feel like unless I'm not going to believe it until I have confirmation, and I'm always going to have doubts unless I actually see it myself. And I don't want to leave here today and never have that opportunity again. Like I want to.
No, I don't mind showing you, but they are difficult things to see from a parent. You understand?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just the one image.
I'm not sure which picture they showed you earlier.
So see, and again, that's weird to me. And it seems like they're fishing. She's fishing for information. I mean, even he's like, as a parent, that would be hard for me to see. So, I mean,
and this is the kind of stuff that me, you, and everyone else, but especially I know me and you because we're always on panel a lot. But it's like that's the stuff like I don't understand how, if we said something to that effect, how would any of us get half immunity in a case? I don't understand that. I just don't understand how if me and you said something similar in that ballpark or acted just as weird, let's just say, as Jen did, that we wouldn't be charged with something by now.
Right. Yeah, no, there's absolutely no way we would be charged, and rightfully so. Rightfully so.
And it's just, I really don't know what the at least state plan is to do with her. It just, I don't know. It's just so strange that, and all these I know we're gonna go for other stuff too, like the visual, but it's just she says the weirdest things, even more weirder and stupider, more dumber than Stearns does, and his was clearly obvious. But it's just with her, just so many stuff that she says and does, and why does she still get to the derivative immunity? That is a mystery.
Yeah. Don said the police said no unaccounted money, no photos, no communication between them, and he lied to Jen, had her go to school and discover she was missing. So in the immunity interview, we hear that she references text messages. There's a lot of things that are questionable that the police do, and they specifically reference text messages where Jen sends them up to bed together. They state, and we'll play it. They state, how many times have you sent Madeline upstairs to sleep with Stefan? And she says, she starts to say, I can say probably about 5 times, like she said in every other interview. And they say, keep in mind, we have your text messages, so we know how many times it's been or how often it was occurring. And they redact that part of the interview and cut it out. But we're gonna see, some more definitive information that she knew more than what she lets on. As soon as we get done listening to this, and I think there's 10 minutes of this interview, and then we'll jump into the next one. And I would love for you to be here for the video interview to explain some of this stuff, or let me know what you think about it.
Oh yeah, no problem.
I don't.
Yeah, you and Dawn and everybody else. Yeah, I would love to know y'all's thoughts and opinions on all of it. And I appreciate you being up here, Basil. Thazard, sorry.
No, it's all good.
I think we might have the same pictures. We do have different pictures, but not, I don't know if I have the same one that the other detective showed you.
Okay.
Does that make sense? Do you still want to look?
Yes. Am I gonna clearly see her face?
Yes.
And prior to this, have you known her to be sexually active with any boyfriends or friends?
Oh. There's no nothing, and you're talking about what's in the background of the fucking picture. Like, keep in mind, and trigger warning, everybody, this is a picture of your 12-year-old child, possibly 13 years old by one freaking day, with your boyfriend's member in her mouth. Like, what? No emotion, no nothing. I can't. Like, there's no way she didn't know. She's not having the appropriate reaction to the situation because she already knew. You can't fake that surprise and that emotion for information you're already aware of.
Exactly. It's
In my
just an indifference. No, it's just an indifference. She has no, in all the interviews of both the visual and audio, just no sense of like legitimate, in my personal opinion, legitimate tears for Maddie. She only cries after or shows emotion after detectives are like, you don't seem like you really care about your daughter, or you want to see more of this, CP stuff. I'm sorry. Like then she does that, but beforehand, she doesn't cry in the news. Well, she barely shows any emotion in news interviews. And then, of course, right here, the detective interviews, it's nothing, absolutely nothing, except only after they point it out. Then she cries.
Right. Y'all, I didn't think that he got in and was able to say that word. Did y'all hear it? Let me know so I can try to edit that out.
I saw him in the chat, the inside panel chat. I saw him that, and then I thought there was like someone trolling at first.
Did you hear him say a word?
Yeah. Oh yeah, I heard him say it. It was
Oh,
like a few seconds, and that was it. Yeah.
okay. I didn't hear it. It didn't. My StreamYard's being slow. Okay, I'll have to edit that part out. He's a troll, and he comes up, and I didn't it was like scrolled down to where I couldn't see who it was. It did not play on my end. I did not hear him. I thought I got him out before he said that word, so I apologize for that, y'all. That was horrible. I know that I don't know why he does that. I thought he just said it in back chat. Okay. Thank y'all for letting me know. I'm going to write this down so I can get that out. I don't know why I didn't hear it on my end.
I mean, I know the whole troll community. I watch locale stuff, and I know about 4chan, and that's like the laziest and easiest. When I say easiest, it's pretty much the laziest thing to say to fuck up try to fuck up someone's panel, and everything else. So it's like, okay, I'll clap for you, buddy. That's really a good one. Like anyone else could say that, but anyway.
It's HR Nemesis on Amazon Music or something like that. He always comes in and says the same damn word. Like, and again, it's like, okay, I'm glad that you got your gratification from that. I would love to know what you get from that. But thanks, keep it moving, buddy.
Right.
Okay. So yeah, 138 through 140, and that's where I had time marked to stop. I mean, again, no emotion, no surprise. There's no surprise in that. I mean, it's like, I mean, again, and I apologize to those who don't agree. I just see it as phishing. You can't fake emotion on information you already had, in my opinion. All right, we're going to jump here and listen to about 5 minutes, and then we'll go to the video interview.
Give a little bit more insight of
Oh, goodness.
what happened that day after you dropped her off.
Is he being placed under arrest because of those pictures?
Yeah, we haven't made that determination yet, but
You being a mom, do you want to press charges since she's a juvenile?
No fucking idea. I didn't think it was in my power. I thought you guys just automatically did it.
What do you think should happen to him for these pictures?
It's crazy. Like, I saw the pictures, but I'm still in denial because, like, there's a penis there, but is he visual? Does he show up in any of the pictures? Is there? I mean,
Well, duh.
I don't know who's.
I haven't seen all of the pictures, so I can't answer that truthfully.
Because I can't.
I mean, what? Like, you're asked if you want to press charges against this man who's been harming your child for years and years and years, and your response is, I don't know if I want to press charges. I thought it was something you automatically did. Are you sure it's him in any of the photos? Like, are we in reality right now? Like,
Even Sarah Boone agrees. Sarah Boone of all people.
goodness, exactly. Even Sarah Boone agrees, and that's surprising.
Whether it's his penis or not, are you comfortable with him having content of someone else's penis in your daughter's mouth on his phone?
Exactly.
That makes sense.
Years
Really?
old.
Absolutely not. No.
Now that makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah.
Only when they bring
Have
up,
you and
oh,
your
what if
daughter,
it's someone
have you
else's child?
ever talked about her being sexually active with?
Yeah, only when they bring up, is it accurate? Like, it's like only when when she's hit with the fact that she can't make an excuse for Stefan, it's, oh yeah, because, like, obviously if he's got a picture of your child with a member in her mouth on her phone, obviously I can't explain that away. Like, so far I'm making excuses for Stefan and saying, what if it's not him with his member in her mouth? That's why I shouldn't charge him. That's why I should find this acceptable. But then you hit me with, well, when has it been okay for him to have a picture on his phone with her with a member in her mouth? She's like, oh yeah, well, that makes sense. Legally, I can't make an excuse for that. So I'm just going to say, oh yeah, well, that makes sense. No, that's not appropriate.
And like I said, I don't know where they gave this idea to give her immunity, half immunity. I don't know what they were thinking, unless we see what happens at the CSAM trial, because this is like, that is just bizarre.
Yeah, and the immunity interview is when they know a lot more. And I'm here to tell you, because I was listening to it again today, and I could tell that there's a ton redacted. I asked for it. I asked to try to get like a more unredacted version of that, but I doubt that I will before trial. I'm waiting on that to come back.
With anybody.
Thank you, Peace.
Me assuming she had never been sexually active, I hadn't brought it up.
Has she ever had boyfriends in the past, or
No, she's not allowed to date.
how does that make her feel? I know some teenagers want to have a boyfriend.
Yeah, I think she was okay with it. She never complained and said, "Oh, mom, I really want to date this person, whatever." For a little while, she was like, "Mom, I have a crush on someone. Can they be my girlfriend or can they be my boyfriend?" And I'm just, I don't know if it's a boy or girl. And I said, "I think you're a little too young for that. Let's just wait till you're older. Wait till you're older." And she was like, "Okay with that." Yeah, I know she recently had a crush on a boy, but
Has she ever had boys at the house?
No.
Have you ever had anybody at your house, any male friends at your house?
not in years.
What about your roommates?
My roommate has a son who's 11 or 12.
Mm-hmm.
But he's darker skin complexion, but I don't think that would be his penis.
Do your roommates have boyfriends?
Not that I know of. I don't think they do.
Would there be any reason for her to be alone with if they have boyfriends with any other male?
With any other male?
No.
So right now they're laying it out for her, like, trying to basically lead her, like leading a dog with a leash. Like, has she had any boyfriends, any boys at the house? Would there be any other male in her life whose member that could be? And again, remember that it's got distinctive markings on it that make it very easily identifiable. Yet she doesn't want to identify it, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
So what do you think should happen to Stefan?
I'm afraid to say press charges, but what else? There's a side of me that wants to say he's innocent, that this isn't going to happen, but who else's penis could that be? She's not left alone with anyone else.
Why would they be on his phone?
Yeah, why would they be on his phone exactly?
Idiot.
This is not an appropriate reaction. I'm afraid to say press charges. Like, no, press charges to the fullest extent of the law. What the hell do you mean?
It's just idiotic statement she keeps saying.
Yeah. It is fiery here in chat. Don't forget that you guys can block people individually from like yourself. Yeah. I apologize. I figured it would be a little fiery. We've got a lot of people.
Okay, we can revisit that.
She doesn't know.
Because after we're done talking to him, I'll probably come back and talk to you for a little bit, just give you an update and stuff like that, okay?
Can I make one decision now and change my mind later?
What?
If I decide not to press charges now, could I change my mind and press charges later?
It's a lot to digest. Okay, so I don't want to make you answer that right now, you know. But when we come back, we'll talk more about it. Okay, when I come back.
Just take some time to process everything.
Because you're going through a lot right now. But right now, I mean, in my eyes, it sounds bad, but almost secondary because we want to find out first. Then worry about this afterwards. She's our main focus.
That's where I'm at. I know that the sexual acts happened, but I'm not convinced that he didn't take her to school. I'm not convinced that he's the reason she's gone. Because if this had been going on for so long, what's the motive? Why Monday? Why that day? Why the day after her? When we were supposed to spend the entire week together and have such a great time. Like we had plans. Like we knew we were just going to be together that week and we were going to have a good time. So I just can't think like.
I would say if pause.
What are you assuming?
Yeah, we're about to leave this one and jump to the next one, but go ahead.
That's very interesting that both her and I almost keep trying to call him Stinky, but I'll just call him Stearns. Both her and Stearns keep that kind of same point. Oh, we were going to have such a good weekend. I mean, it was going to be my birthday. Well, she says later on it's going to be her birthday and everything, but they do. It's interesting that that's something that they kept consistent. That it was going to be a good time. We were going to have a good weekend.
Yep. And she says, you know, I'm aware that the sex stuff happened, but what if that's unrelated to the homicide? And again, referencing the jail call and the Electra complex and the fact that they oogled over him together. I mean, and then you take her words into account and everything that's happening in these interviews. It appears to me that she knew and she thought this was some kind of Electra complex and they oogled over him together. And referencing again what you just said, it is very interesting that they keep talking about how it was going to be a good weekend, it was going to be great, and they were going to spend all this time together. And then the McDonald's story that they came up with the night before, which is a lie, was used to get her out of the house. Scripted, very scripted, in my opinion.
And I would say with them keeping this idea that at least there's those two that was going to be a good weekend, I guess that kind of almost does get into the theory that, well, what if Jen was involved with the murder then? And if there was like what was Stinky Stern saying, the whole Electra complex crap. I mean, then it kind of makes sense theory wise that, well, what if Jen finally just got tired of the jealousy that was going on between her and Maddie? But then it's like, well, why? But then at the same time, I'm like, well, Jen, you act like you don't even care about Stearns. So why would you even be jealous of your daughter then if you don't even care about Stern? So I think there is something to it. I just don't know unless, you know, if it gets proven in trial, what really comes out, what really was going on, if there really was like this Electra complex between the two of them.
I think there definitely was, personally, like I said, because he has all the reason in the world to lie about the homicide to try to get out of that, but he knows he's busted on the CSAM, so I think he's legitimately telling the truth about that, personally.
Hmm.
And we won't know until trial. So the first, I've got a couple of timestamps for this one. The first one is 5:50 to 6:22, and they're going to talk about Maddie's meds. Okay, now this references specifically him stating that Maddie took too much medication and did this to herself.
I don't like her taking her meds without somebody visually seeing, watching her, because I don't want her to accidentally grab the wrong pill. She's comfortable enough to grab the pill bottle, but I'm like, no, I need to watch you take them.
Has there ever been an issue with that in the past where she took too many or took the wrong thing? Or just like a thought in your mind?
No, just a thought. Just me being hypervigilant. I want to physically watch her take her meds and watch her grab two, take them.
I mean, and here she's asked specifically, is there a time period in the past where she's taken too many? And she says no, but then in the immunity interview, she says yes, and we call poison control. I mean, that's just something I'm noticing because I watched the immunity deal afterwards. But here she states again, Maddie is watched when she takes her meds because she's always afraid that Maddie's going to take too many. Maddie's meds were located on Jennifer's bedside table. So, I mean, the possibility of her taking too many meds intentionally is just out the door.
No. Well, and this is the kind of stuff that I like that we go over and other channels go over, where it's like, okay, we see in this part, probably the most infamous video of Jen being interviewed by detectives. She says all this kind of crap. Then, of course, we hear the immunity interview, and yeah, it's these weird inconsistencies that keep coming up. And I do wonder if the detectives, whoever was watching these videos or at least listening, did they really decide and figure out, okay, she's clearly lying. She's been lying almost the whole entire time we've been interviewing her, more than probably than Stearns.
Yep. I'm clicking through y'all's comments because I want to try to make it through at least this interview before we have to end today. I don't think I will because there's several 20-minute parts, but we might have to finish this up tomorrow. I don't know, but we're going to continue on for now. Now we're going to go to Maddie suggested we all sleep together. So right now she's going to put it on Maddie and say that it was her fault, not her fault, but her suggestion that they all sleep together in the same bed.
Just like
And
Stearns.
Yeah, and keep in mind that the counselor said that Madeline didn't like Stearns, and the Electra complex, the oogled over him and shit, like, and then you're putting them in the same bed together. And Stephen can say he didn't want that. All he fucking wants to. That's a bold-faced lie. And again, I mean, we're leaving out the fact that this woman is sending her child to bed with this grown-ass man, while she's also at the same time simultaneously referencing the possibility of a Woody Allen situation.
Bed together, but not the easiest person to sleep with. She rolls around, she punches, she kicks.
I brought it too far in. Hold on, let me back it up a smidge. Okay, listen to this.
I realized I forgot to take my meds, and I said, you guys, I need a good night's sleep. I need to take my meds. I sent them to sleep upstairs in the guest bedroom so that I could get a good night's sleep. Suggested that we all sleep together in the same bed together, but not the easiest person to sleep with. She rolls around, she punches, she kicks. We have a king size bed, and she typically sleeps on one side, and she'll end up on my side when we wake up. So I asked her, I'm like, no, please, I need a good night's sleep. If you guys can go upstairs and let me sleep. I had asked Stefan to take her to school in the morning.
We'll go to Sunday. So Sunday you took your meds. What meds, if you don't mind me asking, what meds do you take? And how does it put you to sleep deep? Does it help you fall asleep, or does it help regulate you? What kind of happens when you take the med?
So We heard her reference there using contextual clues. We could tell that she was talking about Maddie asking for all of them to sleep in the same bed together, because she immediately after that says that Maddie is a monkey when she sleeps and all of that. Somebody said, playing devil's advocate, could Madeline been asking to sleep in the bed with her mother so that Stephen wouldn't abuse her? I think that's definitely possible. But at what point did Stephen start taking her alone to bed?
If we go in that route, it would have been when she was younger. But then when, like I said, I don't know. It's just like when I was like, maybe it's different for everyone, but when I was like at least when entering my double digits, 10 and 11, I never slept in bed with any other adult. I just slept in my own room. So it's like if it was like at least a relative. So I don't know. I that's why I say, yeah, devil advocate. It's maybe. I just don't know why then, if Jen would allow that to happen, why she insisted that Maddie be in the middle. Why couldn't Jen just be in the freaking middle?
Right. Yep. All right. So this is the next time step. Okay. So I'm gonna. This is kind of one of my theories. So we're gonna listen to what she says about stuff in here.
I know there's a video on Fox 35 where
With
you
him
guys
sitting-
appear to be on like a webcam.
Yeah, that was Zoom. He was sitting in the
Zoom.
background for me.
Okay.
I know
But
that.
you
one.
had in-person interviews with reporters?
Yes.
You-
I want to say it was Channel 9.
Okay.
Yeah, Channel 9.
And he spoke to them?
Yes.
Okay.
And he ugly cried in front of the camera too. So he was fucking fake sob crying.
So are you saying that now, or do you?
I'm saying
you-
that now. I didn't
Okay.
think that at the time. At the time, I thought he was truly heartbroken and now that he had done all this shit to her. Like, I look back at shit now and just like, he was fucking lying. He was fucking faking. What else has he been lying to me about? I know he's like a master liar and manipulator because he's done it to his parents and he's told me and shown me the lies he's done to his parents. But I don't know why I never thought, not me.
The lies are about money, they're about where he's at, what he's doing, what's he...
Yeah, all that.
Okay, why did she think not me? Well, okay, if you know somebody who lives with his parents, is 100% dependent on their parents, okay, and yet you know that this person lies to his parents and says uses them, steals from them, all of the things, but you think that definitively he wouldn't do that to me. What makes you think that? If he does that to his parents that he's a lot closer to, why would he not do that to you? Well, what I can think of, like the only way I could make that work is if you have something on him. If there's some kind of big secret and you're like, okay, well, yeah, he might steal and lie from his parents, but he wouldn't do that to me because he told me this big thing that could get him in trouble. Or I have this information on him that could get him in so much trouble. So if he trusts me with that, if I know that, then I know definitively he would never betray me in any way, because if he was going to betray me, he would have never told me this. Or if he was going to betray me, I could turn him in for this. Like, that's what that says to me, but that's just my speculation.
No, I agree. That is the only other explanation where you hear in the phone calls of his parents whenever they are, I would say, legitimately hitting and shitting on Jen for good reasons, even though it's mostly selfish. But it's like, and then he's, oh, well, I can't talk about it, and oh, she's going through hard times too. I mean, yeah, to me it sounds like she has something on him, and that's why he hasn't said nothing on her yet. Whenever his parents brought up Jen.
Yep, absolutely. That's what I think. And again, I just reiterate, that's my thought, opinion, and speculation on that. Okay, 43. That's where we need to go next. Oh, sorry. Hold on.
I'm trying to think back to what exactly we were talking about. I know I remember late in the like when you guys let us know we couldn't come back, and I called his dad, or we called his dad. I started saying to him, like, I think they're focusing in on you. Like, we need to call your dad, and I think we need to get you a lawyer.
Right, Jenny?
I feel like they're focusing on the wrong person. And he kept saying the same thing. He kept repeating what I was repeating. That they're focusing on the wrong person. They're wasting time there.
Hazel.
How did he feel when you said he needs a lawyer?
He didn't believe me. Like, when I told him, like, don't you see forensics is closing down the house? They fucking know something, or there's something, like, they know something. Something's happening. They wouldn't be like,
They know something. I mean, again, who says that? That forensics is closing down the house. They know something. Yeah, she said that because that would be accurately what she says, because she already knew what happened. She knew what was going on. Forensics is closing down the house. They know something. We got to get you an attorney. Like, yeah, all of that's accurate. She didn't mean to say that just now, but she did. And rightfully so. Stefan's dad's like, why does Stefan need an attorney? He didn't do anything. And then she's like, no, forensics is closing down the house. She can't say forensics is closing down the house. They know what he did and he needs an attorney. She slips up and says it there, that forensics is closing down the house. He's like, why? I mean, I don't understand why you think Stefan needs an attorney. And she's like, well, forensics is closing down the house. They're going to find out what he did. They're there right now. We need to get him an attorney. That's what that says to me.
And you said, Jen, that I didn't know what was going on. So why would you suggest your so-called boyfriend to get a lawyer and then discuss about forensics is investigating the house? Well, I'm trying to do her voice right quick. Stefan, why are the forensics here at the house? I thought you said she left. You guys left early. Why are they here? I don't understand. Help me, Stefan.
Yeah. I think that they were trying to do the narrative that she ran away and that she was never going to be found. Personally. And I mean, she's just trying every single time that she can get, every single chance she can get, she's trying to make it make sense to where she ran away and that nobody's
Yep. It fails every time.
be locking down the house this way if they didn't have suspicions of something. But I wasn't thinking, I don't know why I wasn't thinking him. Like, I was just like, no, they've got the wrong guy.
She can't even explain it.
He just kept saying that they have the wrong guy, that they're focusing on the wrong person and that we're wasting time. And we call his dad. We tell his dad to come down here, and his dad did come down here and met us at a hotel. That was another thing. I don't have that much money.
Okay, so the next timestamp I have is 107. So we're gonna get into where they're starting to close in on her. I mean, they're calling her on her BS too, and how it doesn't make sense.
And I kept telling her, no. I'm not comfortable with that. I'm not comfortable with that. But eventually, at some point, like, we really want to watch.
Okay, hold on. I need to back it up just a smidge so we understand context. Okay. We need context. Oh, it's redacted. Hold on just a minute.
All the time. So we were always, she would sleep in the middle. I would sleep on this side. He would sleep on the other side. It wasn't until June that he got his own bedroom and I sent him upstairs. That's where the requests for sleepover started. And I kept telling her, no. I'm not comfortable with that. I'm not comfortable with that. But eventually, at some point, Like we really want to watch. I forgot what movie it was. They really wanted to watch something, and I was really tired. And I said, okay, fine, go ahead, but this can't happen often. And yeah, I allowed her to go upstairs and sleep with him. But honestly, I think I can count on one hand how many times that's happened, and it hasn't been many times that I've allowed her to have a supper party with him, to be alone in the bed with him. I'm usually around all the time. Up until 2 weeks ago, I was pretty much at home all the time living on disability.
I mean, okay, let's just visit that last part for a second. If you were if you were home all the time because you were living on disability, how did 1,700 images happen? And again, if we're going to talk about sleepovers, quote unquote, in somebody's room because they want to watch a movie, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. Why are they not watching a movie in the living room if they want to stay up and watch a movie? You could go in your room and close the door and go to bed, and they could both sit in the living room and watch TV where the roommates and everybody else can see them. But no, they want to go up to a room that's private. Why? That doesn't make sense. And any normal person would say, why do you want to go in a room that's private to watch a movie? I mean, again, think about your teenage children. You got a 16-year-old girl there that's got a little boy that she likes or whatever, and they're like, Mom, Dad, can we go up to my room and watch a movie and shut the door? What are you going to say? I'm going to say absolutely not. You're not going to have your boyfriend in my house with your door shut. Now, again, I'm not saying that Stephen and Maddie had a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, because it's not that. It's abuse. But even you would say that to her if she had a boyfriend over at that's her age. You would say that. Why are you allowing? Like, it doesn't make sense.
And what kind of man or woman? But let's go with this because it's a man. What kind of man has a sleepover with a 13-year-old girl?
Exactly.
Come on.
Using the term sleepover.
It,
Like, I mean, if you add the Electra complex in there and the fact that they oogled over them together, it makes sense to me, and that's just my opinion.
but I also think that when he said that, I think I believe it to a degree, but then I also think he's hyping it because he's not the best looker. Let's be real. So it's like him and Jen are not the best looking people. Yeah, he in his twisted mind is like, oh, they're both fighting over me. But I still think there's a point to it. Like, why would he say that unless he means it to a certain degree?
Right. And I know that she wouldn't let her sleep over at other people's house because she thought she was protecting her, but it's odd to me that you're not. I mean, I don't know. I think personally that she didn't let Madeline go over to other people's houses because she was worried about what Madeline might slip up and say, but that's just my personal opinion on that.
No, I'm on the same view on that.
All right, so this timestamp is a pretty big one. I think it's about 20 minutes. So we're going to jump to that. And it's I wrote sleeping together. So we're going to listen to this. Yes, you hear a rooster. Hold on, I'll show you. His name, I call him Mac Daddy. My landlord has chickens that kind of roam around. So this is what you hear. That is Mac Daddy. I do apologize if you hear him. He is out roaming around.
I just noticed something Sarah Boone said in the comments, which is pretty funny. I agree with her.
What did she say?
She was like, even stuck with a ton of only women in prison, I still want to touch Stefan nor his member. I'm like, yeah, I agree with you on that.
Yeah. Yep. Okay.
If I knew anything, I would so tell you. I want to even if she's dead, because you guys tell me your suspicions, but I'm not going to believe it until I have her body.
So there are things, and the reason I say these things, and again, I'm not trying to be an asshole, but the reason I say these things is there's been a lot of things you've said, and a lot of things I've kind of researched between the Fox 35 story, between your initial statement to the police. A lot of things have changed. The initial statement to the police was you watched her get dressed, you watched her leave, you knew exactly what she was wearing.
Can I tell you
Absolutely.
my thought process on
Yes,
that,
ma'am.
or where I came from with that? I was handed this form, and I'm like, where do I start? What do I write? And somebody say,
somebody said, tell them what you saw. And so I started with, I saw. And then I wrote out what I wrote out.
But you didn't see her. I mean, the police, let's reiterate that this is the police and you're writing a statement for the police and they hand you a form and say, write what you saw. You never saw Madeline that morning. So again, is this part of the script? Are you writing, I saw Madeline getting ready for school, to definitively put her in Stefan's car as alive and being dropped off at the church up the road from the school, because you want people to believe that she was kidnapped and never find her body and she's just a missing child, because you know what happened and y'all are trying to play it out this way? I mean, that's what I think. You don't write, I saw my child getting ready for school while she's actively missing, if you didn't see her getting ready for school. Who does that? Somebody who doesn't want you to find the child? I mean, please make it make sense.
Yeah, this part never really makes sense, and it's just her lying her ass off and pretending to be upset.
Right. Dom, I see you over there, and I have so much love for you. I see you actively fighting that battle, and I respect your thoughts, opinions, and speculations. And I just want you to know that you're welcome. I don't know how far you'll get, but your thoughts, opinions, and speculations are always welcome.
But it wasn't until later I was like, wait, I didn't see her. I assumed that I saw her. I assumed that I heard her, but I didn't.
Marla.
In reality, I didn't see her. I only saw him, and I heard something in the kitchen, but I don't know who that was.
Which we've talked about today. But I guess there's other concerns. Right? You are nervous. The police have showed you their hand. They said, Stefan, we want your phone. Stefan, we want to talk to you. We're going to lock down your residence. You can't go back inside. Me? I don't care if it's the love of my life sitting next to me. I don't care if it's maternal grandma. If the police come and take my mom's phone and my son's disappearance, I'm not going to offer my mom a lawyer. That's nuts to me. That to me shows you prioritizing Stefan. Because at that point, you became more worried about him being falsely accused than any. Does that make sense what I'm saying? Whether or not that's what you felt, does that make sense? People having lawyers is their constitutional right. That is a thing that everybody is afforded. But for somebody who's going through what you are going through, to offer him a lawyer leads me to believe that there may have been a conversation, there may have been knowledge, or there may have been some inclination that you had, whether it be his involvement, her location, or something to where in your mind there's guilt.
I promise you.
Because you offering him a lawyer is very weird.
And I'm sorry. My child is missing, and then I'm calling to get this man a lawyer. Like, all of this shit doesn't make sense, and the police are picking up on it as well. My child's missing, and then I'm side-eyeing this person. They're taking his phone. I'm being told, I think it was right before this interview, that she's told that he's got these images on his phone. Actually, no, it was right after she's shown the image on her phone of Madeline with this man's member in her mouth. And she immediately calls and gets him a lawyer and says that I think they've got the wrong person, after just seeing this picture of your child with this member in her mouth. Like, no, that's not innocence. That's not, I thought I was helping. I thought you had the wrong person. That's maybe you thought that you had the wrong person for the homicide, but you definitively knew about the CSAM, because it doesn't make sense.
Exactly.
You damn show me a picture of my child with a member in her mouth. The last motherfucking thing I'm going to do is try to get that person an attorney.
The last thing you do, you wouldn't believe this person is innocent at all. So,
yeah, like I'm. If anybody's getting an attorney, it's probably going to be me after I whoop this mother trucker's ass and get in trouble for fighting at the police department, because possible homicide. Damn sure not getting that person an attorney after everything I had just seen that he did to my child. No.
Exactly. No.
Absolutely not. Whoa. I hope not. I hope not. I hope not. After you just seen pictures of CSAM.
I know. I know. That was still me under the assumption that I think at one point you guys interviewed me, and when you guys showed me the picture of her, I believed the sexual stuff, but I didn't want to believe that he had done anything evil to her. I'm like, no, what if he did this stuff fine? But what if she's still missing out there? What if somebody took her? I still wanted to believe his.
Okay, and if that's true, if you got him an attorney and because you didn't want to believe this stuff, you just said it's not evil. What if he did this stuff to her? Fine, but I didn't want to believe that he committed the homicide. Like, are you shit? That tells me again that you knew. It references to me the Electra complex and the oogling over him, and that they were in a relationship and you knew about it, and for whatever reason you thought it was okay. I don't know. I don't want to necessarily say appropriate. I'm sure you didn't ever think it was appropriate, but for whatever reason you thought it was okay, and you legitimately believed he didn't commit the homicide. Like, that's what that says to me. Or maybe you did know he committed the homicide and helped him cover it up, which again I think is definitely possible too.
Yeah.
At no point does the abuse of a child become okay. Like, and she just legitimately said, what if this happened? Okay, fine, but I don't want to believe he committed the homicide.
I'm just always amazed how my favorite detective in the black and green pants, he's just well, both of them just speechless. And if I was in that room, I would be a little bit at first, but then he picks it up. But I mean, yeah, that when you hear the parents say, okay, they molested my child, who cares? It's like, what?
Yeah. What? He has no boundaries.
Oh, for real.
I believed him. I believed his whole story. So I was just like, I kept repeating that part. I'm just like, what if she did get dropped off? What if she got abducted? What if she's missing? But that was me assuming that you guys had the wrong guy. I wanted to think he was a good guy still, but clearly he's not. After everything you guys have told me and have shown me, I know he's the worst person on this face of the earth.
We know
right
that now. We know he's a piece of shit now.
You know.
But you didn't know that then.
No, I didn't.
Then you offered a guy who the police suspected of kidnapping, abducting, assisting the disappearance. Offered him a lawyer.
Right.
And then we don't have to roundtable that. You went back to what you just said is the sex stuff is fine.
It's not fine.
Hold on. I know every relationship is different, and I know everybody's family is different. I won't ask, but going back on, has he expressed interest in? I'll use the word weird. I'm not going to shame anybody for what they like.
I mean, and he's calling her on it with everything that we've been saying. The only way this makes sense is if the Electra complex was happening, or for whatever reason she accepted the CSAM.
Or the other another theory is that she was, I hate to always say it, but possibly involved with abusing Maddie in that sense. So there's always that aspect.
Right.
Because then that would only make sense then if it was like, well, if you knew what was going on, you allowed it to go on, and then you were participating possibly, then all three of those trifecta would make sense to allow this crap to go on for so many years.
Right. Dawn, I don't want you to think I'm attacking you, because again, I'm not, but you say it does not say that to me. To me, it says she's struggling to accept that he has done this. She's trying to keep Maddie alive. But she's trying to get him an attorney while her child is still missing, right? Like, you find out, like, if it had been me, I'm trying to put myself in her shoes, and you show me this picture of this CSAM that I had no idea about, I'm gonna say, all right, put that motherfucker in jail right now, and we need to continue looking for Maddie. Because even if I feel like maybe he was doing that to her, but he didn't commit the homicide, I'm gonna say, no, that motherfucker needs to be in jail right now, and we need to continue looking for Maddie. I don't know if maybe you can put some detectives on figuring out if he done something to her as far as homicide too, while we simultaneously have people looking out here. I'm also going to be using the term we, because I'm going to be out there looking. That's just me.
And not allowing your family doing it, or you allowing your sister to call 911, or going to the school but only being there for less than 10, maybe 5 minutes, and then act all worried when you didn't see her. Yeah.
Right. I mean, because she's disassociative and have PTSD. I've been sexually assaulted, unfortunately. I have a lot, good God, to PTSD. I was on Valium and Klonopin at the same time for PTSD. I mean, everybody is different, and I don't know what she's been through. I don't know her medications. I'm not going to pretend like I do. I just don't see that. I can't see that. But to be fair, yes, in July, they do tell Chris Stearns they've been through her phone line by line, thousands of hours, and Stephen worked independently. Stephen worked independently. I mean, take of that what you will.
Mm-hmm.
Different sexual pleasures, different sexual experiences, different kinks that involve things you weren't comfortable with.
The only thing he's ever expressed to me was like anal.
Okay.
He had an anal kink and licked butts.
Okay.
But that was something I was never comfortable with or doing, and I let him know that that's not something.
That's fine. You guys slept in the same bed together. Stephen was a big portion of your life at one point. Stephen was a big portion of your life at one point. And this is not me coming at you as a person or a bad person, because shit happens in the past. In the past, we can't change the past. Has he ever expressed to you? Never. Has he ever made statements about made you feel different?
No.
Okay. When you guys slept in the same bed together, in the middle, did you ever wake up and find them cuddling? Did you ever wake up and find them closer than you thought they should be?
They would snuggle, yeah.
Okay.
But we all snuggle. I didn't think that was that problem.
So if you guys are sleeping in the same bed and she's in the center, you've woken up and they're snuggling. They're under the same blanket. They're not under the same blanket.
No.
But just like
she's got her own blanket.
Spooning for what? What is snuggling to you? Because to me, snuggling, spooning, big spoon, little spoon.
He would lay down like this, and she would be right here in the nook.
Okay.
How
do you guys sleep? You guys sleep clothed, unclothed? I sleep clothed. Yeah. Shirt, pants, pajama sets.
Yes.
Everybody.
I sleep in like my everyday clothes.
Okay.
On pajamas or baggy t-shirts and shorts.
Okay.
And Stephen would sleep.
But at the same time, would you not be like, okay, put him in jail for the CSAM, and we need it while you simultaneously have people looking at him, we need to continue looking out here. Like, you know what I mean?
I mean, yeah, most, like I said, I think most. Oh yeah.
Hold on, love. Okay, there you go. Sorry.
Yeah, and I'm not like going at you, Dawn, or anything. I just think that it's like, yeah, I think most of us, even those, like, I don't have kids, I have younger relatives I care about, and I would still be highly upset and angry at someone that was that close, that was abusing any of these children, even if I didn't know them or not. And she showed there's nothing. There's absolutely nothing of concern until when the detectives bring up stuff, and then she acts like to us, then she cares or acts like she's concerned.
Right. She tries to portray the accurate emotion. And I mean, I get that she's on bipolar medication and sometimes mood stabilizers. Sometimes they can make you not react the way you're supposed to. I've been on mood stabilizers as well, but I don't personally, I don't think to that extent you could ever make me that numb. I don't know. Again, I'm not her. I don't know. I was not there. I did not see. I do not know. But I mean, I just got a big problem with that personally. Mm-hmm. But again, I respect everybody's thoughts, opinions, and speculations. And I didn't talk about my personal unfortunate events that have happened in my life. I was trying to, I guess relate. I do know a lot of people have been through a lot of things and even worse, and I apologize for that. A lot of people go through things, unfortunately, and it sucks.
With his t-shirt or boxers, sometimes with his pants on, but he didn't have pajamas.
Okay, so they would snuggle, sometimes him being in his boxers. You would wake up and she'd be in the nook of his arm and essentially in a cuddling position. And you never found that weird.
No.
Okay. Again, you and I may find things different. Why? And I don't want you to look back on it because now you know you victimized her for a long time, right? Under your roof. With you home, most likely, because you said you're always home. You just got this job. You've been living off disability. I know the Kissimmee Police Department has showed you pictures. I know they've verbally explained to you some pictures. I can tell you that today, we're still downloading his Google Drives. We are still going through his social medias, his cloud-based servers, and everything else. And we can now piece back her victimization in your house under your care to 2020. I believe you've gone as far back as in when she. So when I ask, they've woken up cuddling, did you find things suspicious? Did you have an open relationship? He talked to you? Has he made inappropriate statements? It's almost like cheating, right? Like, have you ever been cheated on? Okay. Somebody can only cheat on somebody for so long until they fuck up, or until something comes out, or somebody says something, right? So if we go back to 2020, we're looking at a minimum of 3.5 years. 3.5 years where I'm sure you guys are sexually active.
No.
Yes. So for 3.5 years under your care in your house, not only was he being sexually active with you, he had a sexual relationship.
It's redacted.
And I know it's an emotional thing, and I know it sucks to hear. But where I'm coming from is it seems like something that you can't hide forever. You guys live in a small space, close quarters, you sleep in the same bed. You guys all talk, you guys all share things. You're an observant person for the most part, I assume. Outside of taking medications and going to sleep, it seems very difficult. A lot of grown-ass adults can't hide an affair with somebody who doesn't live with them, let alone somebody who does live with them.
And then you take into account the Woody Allen comment, and then what Stephen says about the Electra complex and the oogling over him. I mean, I don't know. The detectives see what I'm trying to say. You know what I mean?
Well, and that's what I would just ask other people who, like I said, that's their opinion, and I'm not going to be like going down the throat about it. I just like always ask them, well, why would someone who says they didn't know what was going on bring up the Woody Allen comment? I mean, unless, like I said, if you're not a person born at least in the 80s and 90s, because I'm a 91 kid. So I knew about it when I got older, but it was actually still going on in the 90s too. But anyway, like, unless you're not from the 80s or 90s and don't know about that story, then it kind of makes more sense. 2000s and now, yeah, I can see why you don't understand that reference. But me, you, anyone else, that's something that's most adults know what it means. And why would a mother who says, I don't know, my daughter was being abused for years, then bring up one of the most infamous Hollywood pedo stories of all time?
Right.
I think it's hard to then be like, well, yeah, she didn't know, and drugs and mental illness, okay, but then why would you bring that up when detectives start asking you the weird, bizarre sleep arrangement, and then the fact that they're showing you pictures of your daughter getting abused?
Yeah. Hold on just a minute. Hold on, person in the back. Let me do this. Hello. Okay. I don't want anybody. Okay, I don't know who just came up. In case I made you upset, I get worried because I didn't know who your name was. And as you saw earlier, people will come in here and they'll put porn on their video camera or they'll say things.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, they're back. Hold on. Let me just put this up because I don't know who this is, just to be safe or try to. Hello?
Hello. Can you hear me?
Hey.
Hi.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, you're good.
I follow your channel. Was a member recently.
Oh, okay. All right. So
So
I think we're safe.
I just finished watching yesterday's post, the video, that you shared. So I just wanted to come see what's going on.
Oh, okay. Well, it's good to see you. Thank you for
Thank you.
being here.
Thank you so much. I didn't know I was going to be talking to you. Sorry. Thank you.
Oh no, you're good. You're fine.
How you doing?
So
I'm
that's
sorry.
bad. You're up on stage right now. I'm just letting you know, and we're gonna play this video. If you got something you want to say, you can tell me to pause, and I will.
Okay. Gotcha.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Yeah, thank you. Alan Crossgrove, thank you so much for the support. I really appreciate that. And Alice, sorry, I said Alan. It's Allison Crossgrove said, I love that he has this conversation with Jen Soto, and I do too. It really makes me happy to see that he is calling her out. Okay.
So at a certain point, I do believe you became aware of what was going on.
No.
And when I say that, it doesn't mean you're in trouble. It doesn't change.
I know, but
I do believe that a reasonable person, and I consider you a reasonable person, right? Do you think you're a reasonable person?
Yes.
Would be aware that under her roof, sexual relation. The videos, the text messages, the images, they're all documented forever. This has been an ongoing thing. And at her age, I think she probably thought they were in a relationship. She probably thought they were in love because he her male attention, right? She just started liking boys, right? She just got a crush. Up until then, her crush
was Steppen. It's redacted, but that's what he's saying. And he's describing it that way. And that goes back again to what Steppen said, in my opinion.
Like, what do you think, Murderface, this whole situation?
Well, I wrote a comment a while back to thank you for your work and everything you're putting up on. It's incredible. But I was talking about how I had survivor's guilt from living through that, what she did. And yeah, you do. You do think you have a grown adult boyfriend. That's what you think. That's what you believe. And you don't even know that's happening to you until you're 40. I mean, you know what's happening, but not, I don't know. It ruins your life. But to say that, I don't know, it ruins your life. And to say that her mom didn't know, I don't know, is impossible to me. I mean, you can dig your head in the sand, you can be ostrich and you can pretend you don't know anything, but she felt it or she wouldn't have said the comment she said about the Woody Allen thing.
Exactly. There's no way you can hide that going on in your house. And at the same time, if you've got fear, number one, why are you sending your child up to sleep with a grown ass man? And
Number negative or 0.5, why did you make a rule that they couldn't sleep together?
Yeah.
Like,
great
you know, you didn't make a rule. You're telling the cops you made a rule. That's what you're doing. You're trying to cover your butt. That's what you're doing.
Yep. I agree.
Yeah. So I don't remember hearing this interview before. Is this the one where they announced it to her when she's supposed to be at the press conference and she was in there?
Yes, this is the only video interview we have of her, and this is where the cops go in on her quite a bit.
Okay.
Yeah, my favorite detective, the one in the green pants, he does go on her.
They're just like, what is going on here? A note for later, I was going to talk about how I think Stephen is trying to, or Stefan, whatever his monster name is, he was trying to tell his parents in the most distancing way possible that he did it and there's no conspiracy theory.
Yep, I think so too. with the homicide and things, but I think that he also told them that Jen knew about the CSAM, and I'm so sorry that you ever went through that, and I hope
Oh,
you know it
thank
wasn't
you.
your fault.
No, thank you.
Same.
Thank you for your
Same.
delicacy in the matter and handling it with such care and such grace. And I really appreciate that. Your panel's incredible. It really is. I'm a true crime obsessed, and especially with these kind of cases, because it's, it's so close to home, and it's like how, and this and the Zaya Harris case both is like, at least they let me live. At least they let me, and just these
Yeah.
poor babies, like, and these idiots to get felony murder instead of sex abuse. I don't know. It's crazy.
Yeah,
It's disgusting. She had feelings for me. That just.
Yeah, exactly.
So Jen, is she in institution now, or is she supposedly out?
Well,
They
I
say
don't
she's
know.
out. Yeah.
I've heard that she went to an institution for a little while. I've also heard people say that they've seen her at her sister's house. I try to distance myself from actually going and finding, like,
Oh yeah, there's no reason to do that. There's nothing. I mean,
Yeah.
it's not gonna do
So-
anything for anybody. Yeah.
Right. So from what I've heard, she's at her sister's house, but I don't travel down roads to try to verify any of that. So I don't
Right.
know,
No.
but I do
no.
feel, I do feel
She's
that
not in. She's not in prison. She's not in jail. She's not locked up.
Right.
So she's not charged with anything. That's all I was. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think they're going to be able to do that. I
I
don't
think
know.
the biggest anticipation will be when this trial happens to see Sam and what she looks like now. I
Yes.
feel like she's changed her appearance. I know for sure she's done that, and we'll see what she looks like.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't think she could handle. She said she couldn't handle people coming up to her at Target and putting their pain on her, or their, carrying it so emotionally heavy or whatever. And I don't know. Steve, I hate him. He wants to act like she knew, but I don't know. What do you guys think?
I think some of her comments state that she knew about the CSAM, not necessarily the homicide, but then I
Yeah.
hear him say other things, and it seems like the story was scripted to me. But I could see both ways. I don't know. It's hard to
But
explain.
he's such a penny whiny baby. He's going to try to weasel out of anything he possibly can. Like poor Stefan.
Well, I mean, he already in the interview, the phone calls of his parents. He's just saying stuff like with the Electra thing. I do believe, like, at least let's say 50%, he's telling a truth to a degree, but then the other half is like, oh, they're both ogling me. Like, really?
Exactly. Just like what was he saying? Gavin Fish was talking about the other day. Half lie. The best truth is, or the best lie is partial truth is half truth.
Yes.
Yeah, like he probably was walking around downstairs when he was trying to figure out what he was going to do, because he just done what he'd done. Yeah.
So
and I don't think he would have. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, it's fine. I was gonna say, yeah, I'm with the ledge where I think Jen, at a certain point, maybe not early on, but at least later on when Maddie was getting older, figured out what was going on, allowed us to continue. Now, when it comes to the death part, that's still going to be up
I
for the
know.
debate.
Why now, though? Like when he was, that was his, for lack of a better word, that was his cash cow. He was probably making tons of money on it. So why now? Do you think it was an accident? Overdosed her, maybe? And then,
I don't know.
And then, his kink or whatever. He just, I don't know.
That's a gold or $1 million question, as he so eloquently put it.
Yeah.
Why now? Yeah.
Because I don't think he would have. I mean, he's so obsessed. He's just eaten up with her, completely. And I just can't imagine him, unless she was over it. She was done.
Yeah. Yeah.
I could see that. This is so cool. I've never been in one of these before.
Welcome aboard.
Well,
Thank you.
I'm glad you chose to come up with us. That's so awesome. I'm glad you're up here.
Yes.
I love your name.
Thank you. Oh, thank you. Thank you. It's my cat's name. I have a Himalayan Persian. I love your bunny rabbit. He's so cute too. And your nails are so cute. Your bunnies on your nails are so cute.
Thank you.
Trying to figure out the interface of this.
You guys are all cohabitating. She's not sleeping.
So you should be able to see. Are you on your phone?
Yep.
Okay, so at the bottom you should be able to like mute or like turn camera on or off and things like that.
Okay.
I don't know. That's the best way I know to describe it.
And in the chat, is there, or how can you see? Can you see who all's in here? Is it just us, or is there?
So
Probably a lot of
there
people.
should be a chat down there. It's been a while
Yeah.
since I have
Okay,
been
I've
up
got
like
it.
with. Okay, perfect.
Yeah, I got it. Okay, perfect. Oh, people are actively talking. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm so sorry. Okay.
You're good.
In her room, but you felt the need to establish a rule that they couldn't sleep in the same room. But when you established that rule, for 3 years, she's already been dating him essentially, whether that's legal or not.
I had no idea.
So I truthfully believe, and this is my belief, I'm not speaking for other detectives, I'm not speaking for the sheriff's office, the state police department, or any other agency I've said. This is Kevin's belief. I believe that you became aware of your sexual relationship. I think at a certain point throughout this relationship, you became aware of it. And for whatever reason, your reasons are your reasons, whether it was discussed that it would stop, whether it was discussed how it would go, that you feel some sense of guilt. A lot of the news statements you've given kind of, again, my opinion only, I don't speak for anybody else, whether it's in this room or out of this room, bother me. It seems like some of your emotion, up until this room, I think some of the emotion in this room is sincere. I think a lot of it's because I'm being an asshole. I'm telling you things you don't want to hear that shouldn't be said out loud. But when you talk to the news, when you talk to deputies, it feels, based on my experience in this job, that it's not sincere. I feel like some of your sadness is not real sadness. I feel like when you gave the interview with Fox 35, it was not sincere. Looking at that video one time, I didn't feel like your cries were sincere. And I'm not saying that because you're a bad person. I feel like sometimes people struggle to show real emotion when we're aware of what the truth is. So it has to be fake. This is demise for the past, let's say, 5 years, right? But her going missing, her disappearance, if you have knowledge of how it happened, where it happened, an inclination, that emotion's not going to feel sincere because you're already aware of what happened.
I would.
It's almost becomes
If
a
I
lie
knew,
at that point.
if I knew anything, I promise you, I would tell you. Like, I am willing to take a lie detector test.
I mean, and again, he's just reiterating what we've been saying. You can't fake the funk, as I keep saying. You can't fake emotion that like is. You can't act like this is news to you when you already knew. She's not a good liar.
No, and like I always say, if you
Whatever
bring
the
up the
fuck
whole
you want.
Sorry, love.
yeah, when you bring up the whole Woody Allen thing, like I said, anyone who was born in the at least born, anyone in the 80s or 90s that know the Woody Allen situation, completely understood that reference. And of course, the people that don't were born under that time frame, or I keep saying born, 2000 and now, yeah, I get why they might not understand what that means. So they probably know who Woody Allen is, but unfortunately, this probably will let people know now. What does that mean when you say, I don't want my daughter to be in a Woody Allen situation with another man or my man?
Yep. Most people are still supporting him. They don't even. Yeah, it's.
Oh yeah. Him and Polanski still get support,
Oh
and I'm like,
god.
yeah, f those guys for real.
Yep.
Yeah. We listened to the phone call. Yes, I think it was the day before yesterday, and it was absolutely heartbreaking.
Between.
Mia Farrow and where she called Woody Allen.
Oh yeah. Oh, she and she just. I don't think she ever had, the aggressive type vindictiveness to ever even stand up to his mindset. You know, his seek and destroy mindset. You know, I don't think she was built like that. I don't think she's built like that, which is good, but it's sad when you see somebody get chewed up spitting out like that. It's horrible. But at least she tried to make moves. She tried to make moves though. Whenever she found out, she made moves, you know?
Yep.
That's something I brought up. I will always give credit to Mia Farrow. I mean, in
Mhm.
that situation, we can do something, but at least she tried compared to this woman right here.
Exactly. You stand up, you make a move. It makes all the difference in your child's life if you just believe them and protect them best you can. Even if you don't succeed, you do the best you can by them.
Right. completely different reaction than what Jen Soto has.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Not jealousy. She's jealous of her daughter, it feels like.
Mm-hmm. I can see that.
Mm.
But I don't know anything. He's never mentioned anything. I've never seen any signs. I tried watching her like a hawk. I thought I was doing a good job, but I wasn't. I was oblivious to everything. 4 years.
Minimum. That's just how that far back the cloud goes. And I find it hard to believe for me that you were so worried about how many pills she took at night, but not where she slept or what relationship she was. His interest in her.
I thought we were all safe. I thought because in that he hadn't shown me anything so far. Like everything seems fine. Like he seemed like he treated her like
he treats you. In his mind.
so fucking disgusting.
So now he's in jail because of what we found on his phone, not because somebody came forward and reported that he was abused.
No, I know.
She's not old enough to consent. She's not old enough to have a thought process to even want anything that was happening to her. It's abuse. So he's in jail for that, but something caused what, right? We searched murder because we can call it a murder. She didn't die naturally. She didn't overdose. She didn't have a heart attack. We circled murder on Monday. Something had to cause that. He's been having unrestricted sexual activity for a long time. He's getting what he wants from her, probably from you, and who knows whoever else, right? So it's not like he woke up or went to bed Sunday and he was like, you know what? I'm done with this, but I'm going to kill her. Something happened. People don't just wake up and like, you know what? They leave people, they break up with people, but usually things cause people to snap. Now, what? You know what? And I'm in trouble, or I feel like I'm going to, or him being out. We can go even worse. She's pregnant.
That's what questions last night led me to believe when we started talking about her period.
I was told that her and her friend, and granted,
So she appeared, I mean, I could say she appeared to be legitimately upset, but I think that it's more so that it's being said out loud, that she's being confronted with the fact that the police know that she allowed her to go upstairs and sleep with this man, and that she knew what was going on. I think she's upset more so that the police know and are basically laying on the line what they know.
And she's having to look at it as he cheated on her. I think that's part of it too. That she's like, oh, you know, when she really freaks out and like her voice goes down when they first tell her, and just like, oh, and I really think it was something about he cheated on her, wanted somebody else, and not as much that I can't believe my daughter is going through this. This is horrific. I can't breathe. You know, I'll kill him. It's like, let's get him a lawyer. Why did he cheat on me?
Right. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so we're jumping ahead to 140 now, and this is where she talks about she doesn't want to talk to Chris's dad because she knows too much, and even the cops are like, you know too much? What do you mean you know too much? Because she
Ooh.
knows the script, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
you don't want to tell them what we've told.
Hold on, sorry, I did a
Also,
little bit too far forward.
I think that where he put her body, finally, wasn't that by some people that she knew and he didn't know? Right by their
Yes.
house.
Yeah.
I think that's really interesting.
It is. Bye, Cara. Have a good day, love. Thank you for hanging out.
Well, the theory is that he was going to try to dump her. Oh no, it's okay. The theory is that he was trying to dump her in alligator land, but of course they had
flat tire.
I personally think it was a sign from the universe or something paranormal, at least, that made that happen. Because if that didn't happen, who knows if her body
When's
would ever
that?
would have been found.
That baby's one win.
Yeah,
Poor
Yep.
baby.
something happened to cause that tire to explode. But yeah, it is interesting that he still went in an area that only really Maddie and Jen knew about.
Mm-hmm. Like maybe she directed him over there because he didn't know he was so didn't know where to go. I can see her believing him if he just said, I don't know. I think she just couldn't breathe or something. You know, it just happened. And she's like, oh, okay. Well, it just happened, but we've got whatever else going on. So they just, I don't know. And I
Yeah.
think he, unalived her, but anyway.
Yeah, the only reason you oh my God, she's not breathing, and then you not call 911 is because there was illegal activity going on that made her stop breathing.
Criminals don't call cops. I get that. I just don't what is the mindset there to not call? I mean, not call the police and not call 911 when a child, no matter what. Like what in the world? And I don't know. It's
It's interesting, but then you also have the cases where the parents that do abuse their kids, they eventually do call the police, but then act like, oh, they died of some other reason. So it's weird how you have these situations like that. I always found that interesting.
I think I wonder if it's people like who's the lady that was she was awful. She was she was really smart. She had a really high paying job, and her son had, I think he was on the spectrum, and he had
the lawyer. Yeah, the lawyer
yeah,
lady.
yeah,
Andrew
and
Van Der Ark.
yes. And I think she thought she was smarter than everybody and could just tell them what she thought, what she wanted them to believe, and they believe it probably. So you have those cases, I'm sure. And then the people that just freak out.
Yep. And that's exactly what Stephen did. Thank God he freaked out.
Yes.
The dumb one.
Yeah. He's not not a quarter smart as he thinks he is.
No,
Right.
no.
Mm-mm. I hope we find those little drones. Somebody does.
You hope we find those little what?
Those little drones that the mouse thing or whatever he was talking about from his toys that may have cameras in them.
Yeah, I think that they might.
Well, he's talking about the watch, but I don't think he was really wanting the watch. I think he was wanting secure those items, probably if they have cameras or droids in them or whatever.
Or USB drives or something like that. Yep.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. That was a good catch. Whoever realized that. I don't remember where I saw it first, but it was awesome.
Yeah.
I think it was on one of the comments on your channel anyway.
I want her back so bad. I don't want to think about planning a funeral.
She said, I don't want to think about planning her funeral.
That might be the most tender comment she's made.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it looks fake for me, at least.
Yeah.
What has your communication been like with his father since this?
I've limited contact over the last 2 days because I know too much and I don't want to tell them anything.
You don't want to tell them what we've told you, or you don't want to tell them what you know?
No, I don't want to tell them what you guys have told me. I don't want to share any.
But she already did.
It's so difficult because I've known them for just as long as I've known the stuff.
So she's like, I know too much information. I don't want to accidentally slip up and tell them. And she starts stumbling and fumbling over her words. And the cops caught it too, because they're like, you don't want it. What do you mean you know too much information that you don't want to tell them?
Oh my gosh.
Well, she already did. When she
Yeah.
already did when she told Chris, and that's another thing we need to talk about, because how did it's almost very similar to Jen. Oh yeah, I didn't actually see something, but it's just the image of it was there. I didn't actually see my daughter. They just told me to write it down, and I thought I saw her. That
Yeah.
was very interesting that her and Chris had a very similar sort of story.
Yeah, that's where she talks about the image, like she calls him and is like, they showed me an image. He talked about it in the interview we watched yesterday. And it was evidently, from what I gathered, it was the image of Madeline with the member in her mouth, and she supposedly had took a picture of it or something, but that's what she's referencing.
Mm.
Okay, so the next clip that I have is her book. Okay, this is what she says would happen, what she thinks would happen if she had to write a book about, a stepfather committing homicide or something like that. And I want us to think like, okay, if we are Jennifer Soto, right, and we're in our house and we're sleeping, and then we know that he's supposed to take her to school, and we think he took her to school, and then he comes back and we're going to a blood appointment, and you don't see Maddie in the car at this point in time. You go to your blood appointment, he comes back, he's got a donut on the tire, and then you go pick up Maddie from school and she's not there. Okay, that's all the information that you know at that point.
Would she have noticed the donut? I'm really not
Well,
that
I mean, to be fair,
so I don't know.
yeah,
Yeah.
I don't know.
She said she did, or did she realize? Oh, he told her he had a flat though, didn't he? That's why I was running
Yeah.
late. Okay.
Yep. He told her
Got
he had
it.
a flat.
Okay.
Okay, and that's all the information you know, and then he takes your car out later that night, okay, and then comes back
Yes.
and you go to the hotel. That's all you know. And then
Okay.
the police hit you with and say, okay, this is a photo of Madeline in the front seat of the car. She looks deceased here. Does she look like she's sleeping? And you're like, oh, she looks like she's sleeping. And then you find out about the CSAM, and that's where you're at. And you have to write a book, okay? What I'm going to say is I got to write a book about how I think this could have happened. I'm going to say, okay, well, he left early that morning. He put her in the car. He went and drove around or did something. When he came back, I didn't see Madeline in the car. So obviously she had to be in the trunk of his car, or he would have dumped the body. But then he comes back and he has a donut. So I would assume that he dumped her body when he got the donut. So that means when I left to go to my blood appointment, she would have had to be in the trunk
Oh
or
my
somewhere
God.
else, because I didn't see her body in the car. I go to my blood appointment. I come back. He's got a donut on the tire. That's when I'm going to assume he dumped the body. And then he left later that night in my car. Like, at no point would I say he then went back to the scene of the homicide, or the scene where he dumped her body, put her in my trunk for whatever reason, and drove around again or something. And then whatever, I would not ever place him going back to the scene of the homicide. But she not only places him going back to the scene of the, not homicide, but where the body is. She not only says that he did that, but she also says that he put Madeline's body in the trunk of her car, which does not make sense. I mean, at what
The
point
dogs hit on her car, didn't they? On her trunk?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yep.
yeah.
And so we know that Madeline was in the trunk or near the trunk of her car. So at what point does it make sense that, I mean, even if you're running the story, like, why are
Yeah.
you putting Madeline in the trunk of your car? Why do you think he's going to go back out when he knows the cops are watching, to the scene of where her body is, just to get caught? Like, none of that makes sense.
Yeah, I would have never said that he went back out and to the scene again, but that is totally something that has been done over and over in so many crimes that we see, because dropped something or whatever,
Right. And she's going to say that he did that. I mean, it
Oh
seems
my
she knows.
gosh, that's crazy. So she knew he did. She allegedly knew he did. Yeah.
She did what I call the OJ. I know there's probably another term for it, but
Yeah.
I call it the OJ, where it's like you admit almost to exact T what happened, but then
If I did it.
you're right. And it's like, I don't know why there are criminals that do. These are the really weird, stupid ones, or I think the creepy one. Well, I've always said she was creepy. I think Jen, there's something about her that I will say, just because I'm a guy, whatever, she terrified me. There's something about her that I wouldn't want to be alone with her, especially at night. And she comes off like where OJ, where it's like, there's just something very highly disturbing of this person. And I don't know how anyone can be with them by themselves. And if you are, God be with you, because there's something really nasty could happen.
She reminds me a lot of a family member or a in-law that I've got or had, a lot. And just the looks, acting, the selfishness, all of it. It's really, really uncanny almost. And I just see her so wildly self-occupied, like just preoccupied with herself and what's going on with her and her wants and needs. And I'm like, how did this person decide to have a child? But you know,
Yeah.
yeah.
And
Yeah, I
that's
can't
what
believe
makes it
she
really
said
sad.
that. I can't believe she said that she would do that. I that's interesting. I'm ready to hear that.
Yeah, so I know that the guy there was a flat tire witness and he's on camera putting her body in the trunk and all that, but you got to keep in mind what Jennifer knows, okay? At this point in time, Jennifer doesn't know any of that, and we don't
Right.
either. It's all been released.
Right.
Okay, so yeah, this is going to be her book that she
Okay.
would write.
That's
And
fascinating.
there's no way you're the most trusting woman in the world. You just don't ask clarifying questions. I know no relationship I've ever been in is that trusting. He just tells you he's gone at 3 a.m. getting a fucking Wawa, and you're like, I don't have a bet. Same thing with this. It's like, oh, yeah, I got a flat tire, was here. Why is he at these places? Do you not question him? Why were you on 192? Why did you dip out at 3 a.m. with my car?
I didn't know he
This
did that.
is 2 times he went to 192. Went to 192 the day she disappeared, right? He's roaming, looking for her south of where she went missing, because supposedly she went missing. And 192 is south of where that is.
And
not very likely that that's the route she went on foot or abducted, and that him driving around is somehow going to locate her.
And he did tell, I did question that. I was like, when I asked him where he's searching, he said 182. I said, why? That's nowhere where she would be. And he didn't give me a clear answer, and I don't know why I didn't push it. I just thought he was being stupid and oblivious, because I don't see him as the smartest man. Like, I don't. I let him do what he does, but I don't trust a lot of his. Is the word judgment? I'm not sure, but I just don't trust that he makes the smartest decisions sometimes. Like, he likes to act like the smartest man in the room, but I don't think he is.
Do what he does. Meaning?
I'm sorry?
You said, I let him do what he does.
Yeah.
What's that mean?
If he wants to just get up and go to the store, I'll ask where you're going, but I won't stop him. Like, just let him go on his.
No, I think that was a Freudian slip. I let him do what he does. I let him have relations with my child. That's what he does. I let him do what he does.
I'm glad
Even he
Kevin
found
caught
it weird that.
To keep a man,
Sorry.
let him do what he does.
Oh no, yeah, I was just glad Kevin caught that. He was like, "Can you say that again?"
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
On his way. Just let him do what he wants to do.
What do you think happened? Monday to now. You know she's deceased. We showed you pictures that she's deceased. We know that she was probably deceased Sunday into Monday. We didn't see her Monday morning.
I still want to believe she's deceased. I know I know you showed me pictures, but
For
like.
the purpose of this conversation, I need you to believe it, because I need you to figure it out. I need you to tell me what you think happened to her.
I think he killed her that night.
How?
I don't know. Could it probably be possible that he drugged her? Could he have choked her? I just don't know how you kill someone and don't leave a mess or don't leave evidence, or I mean, was there a mess? Was there evidence? I haven't gone upstairs. I don't know what you guys. I barely went into the house today, so I don't know.
So there was no mess upstairs. There was no blood, and so you backtracking and was like, I don't know how else you would do it without leaving a mess, and then you backtrack like, oh, was there a mess? Did you? I mean, she messed up and she tried
She's
to fix
spinning.
it.
Mm-hmm.
And what always get me was that I didn't go in her room. I'm like, okay, so when your daughter was missing 2 days ago, you didn't even check the room to see?
Yeah. It tells us everything. You hide from everything. Anything that's uncomfortable, you hide from it, and you don't want to look at it.
Exactly.
You can't do that
Yep.
being a parent. You have to be fierce. You have to look at everything.
Right.
No. What?
I need to know what you think happened.
I think he killed her.
How? You mentioned drugged her. You mentioned other things. Explain your reasoning behind those assumptions and we'll move forward day by day.
So he had access to benzos and I think Lunesta.
What are those? I'm not familiar with that.
Benzodiazepines are anxiety medications which relax you and can make you sleepy.
Okay.
And Lunesta, I think, is a sleeping medication, like for insomnia.
Very specific.
So I don't know if it's possible he gave her something and she was drugged. And in those photos that you showed me where you're saying she's dead, maybe she was drugged. But if she is dead and it was done upstairs, I could just only imagine that he choked her. I don't know how else you would kill someone and not leave a mess.
How do you think he got her out?
I have no idea because roommates come in and out of the house at any given point in the morning and we don't know their schedules. They can come in at any time. You guys showed me a picture, I think, of him or her in the car at 7:30 in the morning. My roommate left the house. She's the one who leaves the earliest. She left at 7:45. So like, what if he had waited a little longer? She would have caught him with carrying a body out of the house. How did he do that without being caught or seen? That's what I don't understand because, like, did you guys check and see if any of my neighbors have Ring cameras? Any? Nothing?
I don't know what.
I mean, if I had to guess, I would say Jen's probably checked to see if there's any Ring cameras. And it's oddly specific that you mentioned benzos and Lunesta that he used to medicate her and then that she was strangled. And we later find out that she was strangled to death. And I'm going to bet money that toxicology report shows that there's Lunesta and benzos in her system.
And acts like she doesn't know what those pills are. Okay, amateur pharmacist.
Right.
She's all talking about her medication all the time. I mean, I just don't buy that. I don't buy that. It doesn't ring true that you would know what that is, especially naming it off.
Yeah, I think
You're
that they
unfamiliar with it.
Right. I think that they had been giving her Lunesta and benzos for quite a long time, or Stefan did, and she knew that Stefan was, and he was abusing her. And I think that maybe he did give her too much and she overdosed, and that's why they didn't call 911 immediately. I don't
It didn't
know
break her hyoid bone, right? Though.
Yeah, that wouldn't have broke her hyoid bone, so that part doesn't make sense.
I was gonna say the hyoid bone. I always bet I was gonna say it. The only two ways I think how that got broken because it said it was on the right side. It wasn't all the full bone, but partial. So
right, because it wasn't formed yet totally right at her age, right? It wasn't totally. I mean, it was there, but it wasn't totally connected and fused, right?
Right. It was just the right side.
So it's still malleable a little.
So the only two things I could think of what could have caused that was either he initially did that while committing a certain particular act, or if he said he was like supposedly like he told his mom and dad that he was in a drug-fueled state and maybe Maddie was already unconscious, he did that to her. So either he did it while she was unconscious, or I still he did it. I'm just like the only two ways he did it was either she did it while she was asleep or knocked out or awake.
Yeah,
Those are the only two ways. Yeah.
I've questioned if her neck being held up by a leash when you have literal like dead weight holding her head up, like I don't know, broken.
Yeah.
But
that's awful. But yeah, I thought about that too. Well, this all puts me in mind of whenever Jen had the text. Was it a text to Stefan that said, I can't have her in my bed anymore. I can't risk it. Is that was it's totally off the wall, but I was just thinking about she's got to know something.
Yeah. No, that showcase is like I said, it's the Woody Allen, it's the comment I can't have her in the bed anymore. It's the sleeping arrangement where first you said it was only 5 times out of 7 years. Then it's like, okay, well maybe it was like 5 days out of a school week. When it all comes into that, it's like, yeah, Jen knew. It's just when it comes down to proving how much she knew.
One of your incredible, awesome viewers just said something about Jen wanted her to feel that pain, and I agree. I really agree. I think that whatever had happened to Jen, I don't know if her mom or whatever was going on with her and had happened to her life, I think she did like the infliction of that, of some kind of pain. I think she enjoyed, that. Well, look, see how it feels, kind of thing. See how it feels.
Lord, I hope not. But I mean,
I mean, not with that necessarily, but just with any kind of uncomfortable situation for Maddie.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I've always been in the mindset that I think Jen was clearly involved in abusing her daughter. Now, I can't say physically, but there's just so many signs of emotional and
But all the
verbal and
blame,
psychological. Yeah.
all the blame and the reason, like she's, they tore her down like the whole time in the interviews, and it was just awful.
100%. The Stefan would make some bullshit stuff, sicko, pedophile, like, oh yeah, she was such a good girl. But yeah,
Yeah.
Jen never did anything like that. It was like,
Mm-mm.
she's kind of
She's
weird.
ADHD. She's weird. She's not normal. She did this. She did that. She's all over the place. She's not easy to deal with. She's, all the time. Like, I'd be like, bring my baby home. I don't care. I mean, like anybody normal would.
Right.
Mm.
SD, they did interview Yolanda and her and Juan, Jen's parents. Those are on my page, but they do it basically right after Madeline goes missing. They don't have anything for like after that I'm aware of.
What was the Gordo thing?
We don't
Is that
know.
from the maternal grandmother that she's? I mean, this is his mom spouting out of whatever that he's told her.
Yeah, I'm assuming that Jen's mom called her that, but she didn't like Stefan, so I can't imagine that Deb was ever really around her that much, and I don't think that I don't know if
Exactly.
it was a term of endearment or not. I think if it wasn't meant to be harmful or hurtful, but that's just my opinion.
Just like, yeah, it's probably like my mom. Just, yeah, watch what you're eating. Who knows? But yeah, that's they want to point to that in the light of what he's done. Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
I just say it's just Deb being Deb.
Probably.
Gotcha.
Mm-hmm.
What data we've gotten from him, but at this point, I need to know what you think happened. I don't need you to ask us what we found.
Okay.
What we found has happened. I need you to come up in your words, in your mind, what do you think happened that night into Monday, because we do not know. I don't know if her murder occurred Sunday or Monday. All we know is that when you went to bed, they went to bed together, and she's no longer here. So I need to know what you think happened to her, how he got her out of the house, where he went, how he got her into the car, what is your thought on what happened.
I think she was killed Sunday night into Monday morning. I'm thinking he carried her out of the house. I don't know how he didn't get caught by any of my roommates or no one heard. You're saying he drove all around town. I'm not sure where he could have gone.
And then him coming home and leaving, and coming home and leaving, what do you think? Knowing that he killed her.
That's suspicious as fuck.
It is suspicious as fuck, but if you're writing a book, what do you write? Let's say this is a fiction novel, right? You're now aware that he killed her, so now you can piece together a story of what happened, right? You don't know the story because you're not him, and you tell me he hasn't told you. So it's not real. So you're telling me what you think.
Yeah.
Right? We know he killed her. We know he drove out of there Monday morning. We know he discarded her backpack in the trash dumpster. We know he discarded her laptop and one shoe. Right? So all her property was discarded to look like she's gone. That way he doesn't have evidence with him. They leave. You've been told that they drove around Orange County, Osceola County, wherever it was. We've pieced that together throughout the week. all right? He's told you where, at least in his version of where he was and what he was doing, right? But then you have all these suspicious times of when he's left and come back and he's gone here and gone there. So what do you think he was doing on all these suspicious times? He's roaming 192. What do you think? Knowing what you know now we can play. You know she's dead. You know that we've given you information. What do you think, knowing what you know, he was doing on 192? He was doing here. He was doing here. He was doing in Northport. What do you think?
So him leaving early in the morning and driving around aimlessly somewhere. I feel like he stashed the body at that time. When he came back and then left again. But see, it's daytime. Like, how could you move a body or move something in daytime and not be seen? But like, I feel like he went back to check to make sure he did a good job, or to move the body again. I don't know. But him leaving the house multiple times without his cell phone is sketchy as fuck. It's so suspicious.
Which is an intentional act. It's not accidental, so that can play into what you think happened.
Yeah. Do you think phone being on the dresser?
It was intentional. Her cell records and her cell data from her cell phone show it is not common for her to leave her phone at home. It is common for her to go to school with her. No teenager leaves their phone at home. That's what they're attached to it.
She's left her phone home multiple
Her
times.
cell data shows that normally it goes with her. So that's intentional. You know it's intentional because he left his too.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Whether it's an
See, I mean, they're calling her on her BS. They're like, no, ma'am, you're lying. Like, why is she lying to the police if she's legitimately innocent? And they're calling her on a bunch of things. And I forget what else I was going to say. Oh, why is she saying that he went back to the scene multiple times, yet he left at night and she was supposedly not aware of that?
I'm just thinking that anybody that's going to tell them to get a lawyer, this person to get a lawyer that you know has done this, you're in it. You're so in it. If you're going to do that and not be outraged and horrified, you're in it.
Right.
You're involved.
I mean,
You have to be.
She predicted what the authorities were, eventually were spying on Stearns, that he left multiple times to go in that area, but she
Right.
didn't know.
Right. I don't know. I just think he did this exactly. Yeah. I don't know.
yeah, but supposedly she doesn't know anything at all.
Right. Right. Yeah. I don't see how she can stay. Like, the only agreement I'll ever make with that Stefan's mom or whatever is that she doesn't show emotion, so that makes it hard to read, just because. And I don't know if that's her medication, which it can have, make someone have a flat affect. Sometimes the particular medicines that she's on can cause that, but she seems so gone, like just not there, like doesn't care. A few tears here and there, and a little leg shaking, but I don't know.
Yeah. And I mean, even the police are questioning her at this, and you don't give immunity to people who are innocent.
Right.
I mean, again, I
Right.
just think that I know that they say in July that Stefan worked independently, but I 100% definitively believe that, like the jail call that we've been referencing this whole entire live, she knew something was going on. She knew about the Electra, what she referred to as the Electra complex, and that inappropriate things were happening in that house.
Yep. Even if she wouldn't consciously, which I think she knew. I think she really did know, and kind of like one of those moms walk in, see something going on in the bedroom, turn around and walk away. Shut the door behind her. But I don't know. I think she's almost as guilty as he is.
Yep.
An accident last Friday. This Monday was not an accident. So you think that he dumped her when he was driving around? You think that when he left, he went to check her body?
Lord of mercy.
Why would you go back out to 182 without your cell phone?
I don't disagree. So he goes out to 192. We think he may have checked where he dropped her or dumped her. He comes home. He tells you they're just roaming around aimlessly, right? So that's twice on 192 in one day, because he went to look at the house of cards bullshit or whatever it is, and then he went to do the roaming to look for her on this random highway that he never goes to. Okay. We go into the next day and the next day. Think of the suspicious things he's done. Tell me what you think he's doing.
Him grabbing my phone and trying to log into his emails, that seems kind of suspicious. What was he trying to see? What was he trying to do? The thing is when he had my cell phone, now that I think back to it, he had something wrapped around it, so the phone was under a blanket, and he was like this. I tried looking at the screen at one point, and I could see an email. But
And that was the cell phone we took from you today, or you gave us today.
Yeah.
I was to say, can you pause for a sec?
Yeah.
Why did it take her, well, I guess the third day or whatever of this interview to say that, like, oh, I guess that was weird that he did that with that phone? Why did it take her this long to say something like that?
In my
You know?
opinion, because she's being called on things that she knows she can't lie about. The police are calling her on her BS and saying things out loud that she's never actually said out loud, that she's not thought about, or like that haven't been said out loud outside of her house. And so she's trying to make everything make sense and keep herself as distanced from the situation as she can, even though she's smack dab in the middle of it. But that's just my opinion.
I think she's acting. I think it's acting. I think she's lying there because I think before we saw her before this, right? Say accidentally slip and say reset. I mean update. We saw her.
Yep.
I mean, she did that in like an interview or like something, not a police interview, but like a media or something interview. And he was he was going to reset, or he was kept talking about resetting. I mean, updating his phone.
Yep, she says, I told him to reset his phone. She says it in almost
Yeah.
damn near every interview she has, and then she quickly fixes it to reset.
Yeah, because she was like, he kept going on and on about how he hadn't done this update, and he hadn't, and I told him, I was like, well, go, just reset your phone. I mean, update your phone. So she told us already. So I think here's just a cover for the police to try to smooth that over.
Right. It's harder to keep up. It's harder to remember a lie than it is to remember the truth. And she slips up and tells the truth a lot.
She does. She
But
does.
it's amazing that it took her this long to be like, oh yeah, that is weird that he did that.
What was she talking about the phone being? I was reading comments when she was talking about the phone being covered up.
She says that
I'm sorry.
what she's referencing is being in the car with Stefan when they were sitting outside or driving somewhere, and that he is upset saying the police have my phone, I want my phone back. And she's like, he's covering the phone with some kind of blanket that was in the car, trying to keep her from seeing what he was doing, which we know
That's right. That's right. That's right. Because he was trying to get on her phone and get into the Google and delete the Google stuff. Right.
Yep.
What an idiot. He's an idiot.
Yep.
Thank
Mac
God he's
Daddy
an idiot.
agrees. He's outside the window.
Oh.
Can you guys tell me if this is true? Because I recall a family member telling me something, like my sister. Was the last thing searched on it Amber Alert?
Her cell phone has Amber Alert searches in it, but I looked at her cell phone last night. I do believe that she may have been clicking on links for Amber Alerts that came through. I don't think she was actually searching them. Okay. They could have just been links she clicked on.
Okay. Because I wasn't sure if that was him Googling on her phone about Amber Alerts or if that was her.
That we will never know. He is not obviously cooperating.
Can you guys explain what happened yesterday?
Before that, I need you to continue going with
Yeah. Where are we at?
Suspicious utilization of your phone. Yeah.
Of the phone. Him disappearing multiple times. Him disappearing to Northport. What the hell is he doing? That is suspicious. I mean, now that I know that that's where he went, that is suspicious as all fuck. Why did he go to a storage unit facility? What was he grabbing? What was he trying to dispose of? Or what was he trying to hide in the that to me is suspicious.
Do you put more weight on that than 192?
192, no, because 192 would be something happened in Northport. There'd be no reason he would
Do
take.
you understand what I was asking with that phrase?
So she keeps trying to ask them questions. She keeps fishing for
Mhm.
information and trying to change the
Mhm.
subject. Now, keep in mind,
Mhm.
they haven't found Maddie yet. They haven't found her
That
body. They're still trying to
that
figure out where she
suspicious is all F. I'm sorry, but she's a bad actress, y'all. That's the only thing I know in life. That's my
Yeah,
background, and she's a bad actress.
she's not a good liar, that's for sure.
No, that's suspicious as all F.
Mm-hmm.
Well, she was trying to almost redirect
Yeah,
the
she was.
192 direction. Yeah, she's like trying her best. Like, oh no,
She's like,
there's
"What
no
was
way.
yesterday about?"
Yep.
She's as off track as my ADD.
But and again, she's acting like it's news to her, like she never would have made that connection or never found it suspicious, except for the fact that the cops are calling her out on it right now. Like otherwise,
Mhm.
she never thought anything this man did was suspicious.
Nope. Nope. I wonder if she was that dense with her, or with that what naive with her other partners,
Well, I mean, I don't think that she is that
or if she
naive.
pretended. Yeah, if she, oh, you're right. You're right. You're right. You're
I
right.
think, I think she's pretended and she's going over the script that her and
It's
Stefan
in her
came up
head.
with. She's trying to
Mhm.
make it seem like she's that naive, even though she's not. Nobody's that naive, like Officer Morris said, Detective Morris said.
Well, even look at her ex-husband. He clearly said he was disturbed and worried about Jen and then Maddie's safety. So that already kind of tells you that
Yeah.
even
With
if it
her
was
mental
like
health.
but I think he was just disturbed with the fact that he even mentioned that she would want Maddie to sleep in bed with them.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So he was already thought it was weird and
Right.
suspicious and stuff that she would want to do that.
So she did. That was a pattern with her. It wasn't just Stern, because I heard Stern's earlier on the other call telling his mother and father that it was, he wanted room in the bed, but she always wanted Maddie in the bed, and I was like, but I guess they both did.
Oh yeah.
Poor baby.
Yeah.
Putting weight on it? Like, do you feel like it's more suspicious what he was doing in Northport versus 192?
I don't know which one's I don't know which one is more suspicious to me. They both 192 seems to me like the easiest place he could have dumped her or like figured out where to put her. Unless she was in my trunk the whole time and he went to Northport.
The trunk of your car?
Yeah.
Didn't you drive your car at some point?
I
Did you
did.
guys sit in your car at some point?
I did. So that's what I'm saying. Like I would have probably smelled something, but I didn't. So I'm just trying to think. I'm like, did he stash her body in Northport? No, I don't think so. He was probably hiding something or
Can you
destroying something.
pause for a sec? Because that's something I want to say.
So I guess 192 would probably.
Yeah, she
If
just put Maddie in the trunk of her car.
if you just said your child could have been dead in the trunk of your car, and you're not showing any type of emotion, disgust, anger,
Mhm.
maybe people, like they always say, people react different. I don't know. I would
Mm-mm.
keep my eye on you because I would
Like
be
saying the
horrified.
body, dump the
Yeah,
body.
I would be
Mm-hmm.
horrified and upset if I knew
Yep.
my child or someone I care about, loved, was in the trunk of my car and I didn't know about it.
She's talking about as plain as as we talk about. I mean, more emotionless or more stoic than we discuss crimes and these horrible things that have happened. You know, it's just so so much distance, so much cool aloofness.
Yeah, and at what
Right.
point in your true crime scenario does her being in the trunk of your car fit?
Exactly. Which is so weird that you would throw in. I mean, if it was me, I'd be like, oh, I don't know. Somebody probably flew in the window and got her and took her. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah.
And she's like giving a scenario step by step.
Yep, and the officer is going to call her on it in just a second and say that's
Okay.
oddly specific that you put her in the trunk of your car, and the dogs had already hit on the trunk of her car at this point.
I can't believe she didn't get arrested. Oh my God. Okay.
I know.
Yeah.
We are all amazed.
That is insane.
Would probably be the most important right now.
For being in the trunk is oddly specific.
The only reason I say that is because from what you guys have told me, he went directly from the hotel to Northport. I don't think he made any stops anywhere in Kissimmee or anything first and then went to Northport.
All we know is what we can piece together through accessible cameras and data.
So she says, when he says it's oddly specific that you place her in the trunk of your car, her answer is, the only reason I say that is because he went from the hotel directly to Northport. Like, that doesn't even make sense because he came to the house and you went to the hotel together. You would have known she was in the trunk of your car. And
Wasn't that at a different time too? I mean, no.
Yeah, that was at a different time. I mean, he obviously would have already placed the body by then. So at
So
what
she's
point
just spinning right there. Well, why do I know that? Why do I know? Okay.
Yep.
So his movements, his driving patterns, his actions, we can only 100% say what they are if they're on camera.
Okay.
So we can say he went to Northport because the car was in Northport, where he stopped, where he went in between. That cannot be factual from us if we don't have a camera. It can just be an assumption, which is why I want your assumption, because you know him, I don't.
Yeah. If I fell asleep at 3:30, 4 o'clock in the morning at the hotel, what was that, Monday night? Tuesday night?
One,
I'm just trying to think, like, could he have had time to stop somewhere, wherever he stopped her, and then took her to Northport? I think he had time.
has he cleaned your car since he came back from Northport? Was he brought it to a car wash? Has he detailed it, paid somebody to come out?
No.
Because you, through your, we call it a fiction novel, you pieced together what you think happened based on a suspicious activity, and you ended with, you think he put her in your trunk and brought her to Northport.
Yeah.
I know I asked you to make assumptions, but now I want to know why. Why is that how we finished this? What is in your mind leading you to believe that is the ending of the story?
Because 192 seems like a really busy strip, and I can't think of anywhere immediately, like, other than going deep into St. Cloud, like passing St. Cloud, like going into Holapa or Harmony, that I could see some stashing the body somewhere around there. But Northport has so many wooded areas, and I feel like, I don't know, he would be familiar with both areas. I just don't know him to ever drive down 192 super far down, like into St. Cloud. But I've known him to drive around all around Northport. See, I don't want to say anything and like lead you guys down to Northport to do a search and nothing's there. I'm just
We're gonna
thinking,
go everywhere.
We're searching the woods right now where she's not.
okay. I just want to be like, I know you guys are like looking at me for the details, but I'm like, I don't want to send you on a wild goose chase.
You know him better than us. You gotta really think. Where did he take her?
I'm going blank. I have no idea.
I feel like you're becoming emotional right now. I feel like you want to tell us.
No, if I knew what to tell you, I would tell you. If I had the truth, I would tell you. I don't know anything.
Jennifer, where do you think he took her?
And I mean, you get a feel of the cops closing in on her. Like, they're not believing this shit. They think she knew something. Basil, it's okay. Am I muted? Oh, okay. No, I'm not. Okay. Oh, who did we lose? Oh no!
I fell backstage.
Sorry about
I'm
that.
trying to figure it out. I'm so sorry.
Oh no, you're okay.
No, it's all good. I hit the back button. I was gone.
So yeah, it is like 6:04. We're gonna listen to the immunity, the couple of timestamps I have for that. But I
I
mean,
love that what you said though. He is feeling like, and I think he's got a great feel for what she, and I think she was about to, like, wanting to just get it over with and get it out, so they'll leave me alone so I can get out of here. Just tell him
Yep.
whatever. I think they're about to break her, but she's just too much self-preservation there.
Yeah, I mean, and you can't. Even the cops feel like she knew something. I mean, and you can't tell me that she didn't. I'm sorry. There,
No,
like I've
she
said
did.
before, there's no way that not this relationship, this abuse was going on in this house for that damn long, and you didn't
Mhm.
see anything. Again, I mean, I hate to reiterate and repeat myself, but with the
No,
Woody
it's
Allen
true.
comment. And I don't think he's lying about the CSAM. He could definitely be lying about what happened as far as the homicide, but the CSAM, absolutely. I don't think he is. He has no reason. He knows he's done. He knows
I
he's
think they're
toast.
both profiting off of it in some way. I really do. I think that they're going to be able to, I bet they're going to be able to trace a trail of financial gain from that, because there's no way he was buying all his stupid, sorry, anybody that plays them, that's great for you, but his toys, he couldn't buy all the, I mean, because I asked a friend of mine about the soldiers, like he has the whole set, and
Warhammer.
I told him how many armies that Stefan had, and he said, you're looking over $4,000 easy.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Warhammer, it can go up to 1,000 plus for a lot of those set.
And and he said he's had 4 or 3 or 4 full armies, right? That Buddy said.
Yep. And no income.
Yeah.
Except for the little bit he got from Disney when he did decide to work and chase
Yeah.
that girl down.
He had to be, and I don't think that his mommy ever had a real Rolex. I don't know, but I think that he had to be that had to be lucrative for him in some way, and I think they could trade. That's all on the web. I'm sure they could trace all that because they have his phone. So I hope they prove all that.
Mm-hmm. He did get an inheritance, but that was squandered away quickly from what his dad said. So.
Oh yeah, that was from his TBI.
I think it was from his grandfather.
Oh, okay. All right. I knew he had was there a settlement thing from his whatever
He got a settlement from his TBI, yeah. So that is a little bit of money, but I mean, I
think that was a long time ago, probably when he was how old is he now?
37.
Yeah, he probably got that at 18 or earlier, so
yep.
I don't know. He was squandered that a long time. That's a lot of Warhammers ago.
Yeah. Right?
Yeah.
Okay, so in this one, we're going to hear about how things have changed. Okay, so this is the immunity, derivative immunity interview, and we're going to hear how things have changed from what we just stated. Because
Oh,
again, I
wow.
mean, it's April, a few things have changed, and she actually admits to things. So the first time stamp I have is 10 minutes.
Medication, is that's something that you would like to make sure she had bedtime or so?
Something like that, yeah.
So were you present for that occurring, or did that occur after you got home?
That did not occur on my call. I believe I had instructed Maddie when she got home to go ahead and take them herself.
Okay. And is that something that she's allowed to do?
From time to time, yeah.
When you say they, is there, what my understanding was, there was some hydroxyzine. Is there anything else she takes at night?
Just hydroxyzine.
All right. And the Miralax is when?
Miralax is.
Okay, so by this time, Stefan has had a chance. Stefan's not allowed to talk to Jen, but Stefan has had a chance to talk to his parents and explain what he has said is going on, that she took too much medication or that somebody gave her too much medication. Okay, and Jen, while Jen is not talking to Stefan, I could almost guarantee that she's talked to his parents at some point. Okay, or somehow they've
communicated.
Right, because in every other interview before this, it's, oh no, somebody always supervises Maddie because I would never want her to take an Adderall before bed at night and accidentally mess up and take the wrong medication right before bed. That would be horrible. But now it's, oh, I'll let Maddie take her own medication from time to time. Why did the story change?
She didn't feel so pressed.
I mean, I think it's been time, and she knows what Stefan's defense is going to be, so she's trying to back him up because he has info on her, and she don't want to get thrown under the bus. In my opinion,
Daddy, Stefan's daddy said, they're both compromised.
Mm-hmm. I think
What
that
a delicate way of saying it, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I think that she's had time to. Somebody has informed her as of what Stefan's defense is going to be, and so now she's backing that up. Because before this, it was, oh no, Maddie would never take her medication alone.
She's mom of the year.
Yep. All right, this is the next one I have.
You say I. What do you mean by that? Did you drop her off that morning?
No, I'm speaking, sorry.
Okay.
As what Stefan was telling me. Stefan let me know that he dropped her off sometime between 8:15 and 8:45 on the road by the church close to her school. And I remember asking him, why so early? That's too early. School doesn't start until 9:30. Why did you drop her off that early? Oh, I don't know. We just left the house and made good time. I wasn't paying attention to the clock.
Okay. Did Madeline ever have like effects from taking the hydroxyzine in the morning? Like still be kind of sluggish?
Yes.
How often would that occur? Was that like every morning or not every morning?
Not every morning. If we happen to give her medication later than normal and routine, that would happen. But
Okay. And were there ever any instances where she had taken too much of the medicine? Perhaps you and Stefan had given her medicine, not knowing that the other person had?
Yes, that's happened once
How many?
before.
Just once or more?
I want to say once.
Were you taking medicinal marijuana in pill form at any point for THC?
Yes.
And what do those pills or tablets or capsules look like?
They're purple capsules.
Did you ever suspect or confront Stefan about giving those medications to Madeline?
No.
So during this incident where Madeline had been double dosed with hydroxyzine, do you recall any conversation you had with Stefan and inquiring as to whether or not he had accidentally given her any of your THC?
That hadn't occurred to me. I had asked him the day that the one morning Maddie wouldn't wake up and get ready for school, and she was just out of it. I assumed it was medication related, but I didn't realize. I'm like, did this one medication hit her too hard because we gave it to her late? I called poison control. I needed to see what would happen. Because at this point, I think I had gotten Stefan to admit that he gave her a second dose of the sleeping meds as well, because he thought I had given it to her in the first place.
Okay.
But that was with hydroxyzine. I didn't know anything about THC, the marijuana.
I'm just asking you.
Oh.
So there she mentions that, you know, Stefan probably gave her too much of a medication. That tells, I mean, it makes me feel like she knew what was going on. And she does reference calling poison control there, where in other interviews, she said that that never happened. So it's kind of showing the path of how everything's changed now.
Yep. Yep. It is. And she was just stammering and stubborn at the first of this and trying to get her head right. It sounded like she's yeah, they're definitely aligned. And then that could be as simple as having her cousin or sister talk to him on, you know, anybody that she's connected to, talk to him, call him, or he called them and they talked, whatever.
Yep.
Hey, Ledge, I'm gonna pop off, but I really enjoyed being on the panel today.
Yeah, I appreciate you being up here. I'm not going to be on much longer, so it was nice to have you up. I appreciate it.
Nice to talk to you guys. I'm so sorry I barged in.
No, you're good.
it's
You
not.
can, yeah, you can stay up. We still got a couple of timestamps to go to. You don't have to leave. But Bazard, I hope you have a good day.
I shall. I got to get ready for work in another hour. But thank you for letting me on, and it was nice meeting you, Murder Face.
Yes, so nice to talk to you. So nice to talk
that
to you.
name. Thank you. Well, take care, ladies.
You too. Have a good day.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Okay. So the next one we have where she mentions the text no longer sleeping with me.
Okay.
Back in February.
Oh, sorry, love. I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, you're fine. I know you didn't. I was just like, that's interesting because I hadn't heard. I didn't know that they talked about that after the immunity or when it was.
So the immunity interview happened in April.
Sorry, I keep saying immunity. It's what's the word? Immunity is a specific kind of immunity, and you said it earlier.
It's a derivative immunity.
Derivative. Right. She can't.
Yeah,
they can't find out anything has changed, right?
I'm sorry. What did you say?
They can't find out anything has changed from her. Is it derivative? Is that it can't? Her statement. It's only if that's true, or
it's so she has immunity as long as she doesn't lie in the interview, and she does lie in the interview. But I do mistakenly say immunity, and people will scream at me in the comments and say derivative. So
you can say anything perfect and they'll scream too, so it's fine. Don't worry.
But yeah, it means immunity as long as you don't lie. But she did
Okay.
lie.
Yeah, yeah. So they can go back on her if they prove that, or if they, I guess in some way want to or decide to. Okay.
Yeah, if they prove that she lied, they can take it back. But I mean, again, I don't. You could say that it could be a fishing expedition to see what she knew by saying, okay, if you tell us what you know, you won't get in trouble. But I mean, for me, it's like, we know, I mean, it's obvious that you knew something because there's no damn way that you didn't. So you need to tell us what you know. And there's a lot of this that's redacted. If you listen to it, you can tell where they cut off conversations. So I'd like to hear the unredacted part.
I think she can't be honest with herself, so she's not going to be honest with them, you know?
Yeah. Well, I think this is one part that we're gonna hear, Darla. I can't prove it. Well, we'll listen. I got to remember exactly what it says because I've heard so many clips. All right.
I want to say may have been concerns over that.
Okay. Now, June 16th of last year at 9:30 p.m. and 27 seconds, you texted Stefan this: "Maddie's no longer sleeping with me. I can't risk it." What does that mean?
Wow,
How
silent.
often was Maddie sleeping with you?
Often, all the time.
Well, you keep on saying often versus all the time. Was it 100% of the time or not 100% of the time?
If she wasn't with my mom and she was with me, then yeah, she was sleeping with me.
And if she's at mom, she's 100% of the time sleeping with mom? Your mom?
With my mom, or she does have her own room, I guess. Like there's another spare room she could use, but for the most part, she prefers to sleep with my mom.
Okay. Now, my understanding is that you had some sort of period tracker that you kept track of Madeline's period with?
I had a calendar app that I would write what days she would get her period, yeah.
And obviously, Madeline doesn't have a job, so she's not going out and buying the products that she would need if she had her period, right? You would have to do that for her?
Mm-hmm.
Is that
Okay, so Darla, hold on. I'm going to take it back because I had this timestamp I thought probably wasn't important, but it might be what you're asking me, what you were just asking me. 45.
I feel like he just let that go.
Yeah, he did, but that's a part that's redacted.
Oh.
He
Okay.
asked her specifically what that text means, and she says, I don't know. Now, I mean, I could say that's a lie because you know damn well you didn't text somebody, I can't risk her sleeping with me anymore, and you don't know why you sent that text. That's just not
So
possible.
is that a long silence, or was that redacted then, right after he asked that? It sounded like it was a long silence, but
she
and she was
did.
like, I don't know.
She did the long silence, and then she
Okay.
said, I don't know.
Okay.
And then they redacted after that.
Okay.
You don't text somebody, I can't risk her sleeping with me anymore, and not know what the hell you meant. Like, sorry, but in my opinion, that's a lie.
No.
Okay.
Not, especially not out of the blue. Like if it's a conversation, like she kicked me in the back, my hips out, my back, like I can't risk it, but not out of the blue. Like you both know what you're talking about. You both know.
Right. Exactly. Ryan, thank you so much for gifting a Speculation Station membership. That went to K-Bone Q. If you are K-Bone Q and you are here, please tell Ryan thank you for the membership. So that was so very sweet of you, and thank you so very much. I will grab the crazy train to pick you up on the way to Speculation Station.
That's so awesome. I love that.
I'm so sorry. It'll start playing and it cuts you off.
Oh no, I just said it's so awesome. I love that. I love that.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay.
He admitted to her that we were broken up, and then at that point is when he moved up to bedroom 4.
Right here.
And once he moved up to bedroom 4, were there instances where Madeline would sleep alone upstairs with him?
I'm gonna say
I want you to think carefully before you answer, because obviously we've gone through your phone and we've seen all the conversations that you've had with Stefan. So it's clear that that's occurring. So I'm giving you the chance to answer the question.
yeah, I'm just trying to figure out how many times it's happened.
Okay. Why are you allowing that to occur?
I saw Stefan as someone that I completely trusted with my life.
So there, I mean, he asked her about that, and they make it sound like he doesn't even give her time to answer the question, but he did, and they redacted it. But he has to remind her there, we don't lie to me because we have your text messages. So, I mean, that tells me she's lying too.
Okay. There is a lot redacted, isn't there? I didn't even realize that. A lot of times when I'm listening, I'm not watching, and I didn't realize that was redacted. I thought it was just him hawing, pausing on the questions and stuff. I didn't know. That
Yeah,
is interesting.
I didn't figure it out until I was going through it today. And that's when I figured out, okay, there's no way that in an interview like this, you would ask somebody a question like that and then just move on to another question. And that question.
Right. Yeah. But that's interesting because I guess it's more than her name. She's not just saying Maddie. Like they're not just bleeping Maddie out. It's got to be the actual answer. I wonder if they're preserving that for the court case and because they don't want it to get back to him or the public or whatever yet. I'm curious about that.
Yep. Okay, I got 2 timestamps and then I'm definitely got to go because it's way late.
interviews, and you did it once today, you kind of interchanged I, we, or Stefan dropping Madeline off at school. Did you see Madeline at all on February 26th, 2024, that Monday? Do you know anything about how she died? Did Stefan tell you anything about how she died?
No.
Did Stefan tell you about his plans to go back down to Northport in your car that Wednesday morning?
I mean, notice how she's, I mean, again, doing that real low kid voice where, you know, kid getting in trouble.
Yep. Whisper talk.
Mm-hmm. This is the last one I have, and they're just going to talk about talking over Google Meet. I think that was intentional, and I'll close out with why.
Okay.
Text message and phone calls and stuff like that. What is Google Meet?
What is Google Meet? That is like Google's version of FaceTime. So just face chatting.
Okay.
Video chatting.
Okay.
Okay. And that's about the end of the interview. I honestly think, again, like I've said throughout this whole thing, that in the jail call, when Stefan references the Electra complex and that she knew about it, and for whatever reason it was normal in her house, I think she made the things around that become normal. Madeline couldn't go to her friend's house and spend the night because she was worried about what they were going to say. They talked on Google Meet so there wouldn't be text messages that laid out everything they were saying to each other. I mean, again, like I've said, you can't tell me that she had no idea about anything at all whatsoever. And I believe also that, like Chris Stern said, the story that they came up with was absolutely unbelievable.
Unbelievable.
Because it's a lot harder to keep track of a lie than it is to just tell the truth.
To have raised such a sad, pathetic human for a son, he is often right about a lot of things. That's that guy. This, you know, at least he has a greater grip on reality than his wife seems to. Yeah. It's really illuminating just breaking it down with you like this. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your channel, and thank you so much for all the work you do. It's really incredible. And I'm really sorry I barged in. I really appreciate this. It's been really awesome.
Yeah, no, I have an open panel. And if anybody in here wants to come up, if you just ask me to drop the panel link, I will. Because I like for you guys to come up and talk and feel like, you know, share your thoughts, opinions, and speculations. I
You're
appreciate
so
that.
accessible. It's awesome. Like, and I love your channel. It's really, really great. Thank you. I know it's going to go far.
Thank you. I love you guys.
And have a good day until that bunny bun. Hi.
Okay, I will. He's actually laying like right beside the laptop right now.
Oh my gosh. That's so cute.
Yes.
Thank you so much. I'm going to sign off and have a great day, sweetie.
All right, you too, sweetheart.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye. So yeah, I've enjoyed going over that jail call with you guys. I am going to do my best to get another one out tonight. It is 6:25, so I'm going to probably have to go get something quick and easy to make for dinner. I'm going to be in trouble. I appreciate you guys spending almost it's pretty much 5 hours with me today and with the Speculating family. You guys are awesome. I appreciate everybody being so respectful to everybody's thoughts, opinions, and speculations in chat. Thank you, Captain Murderface and Bazard, for coming up on panel. Thank you guys for all the wonderful support. I really appreciate it. And I hope to see you all tomorrow. I got to get with the Bellas. We might be talking about, we might switch it up tomorrow and talk about something different. I think his name is Russell Henry out of Canada. Sometimes I try to switch it up every couple of days. I don't know if we'll talk about Maddie or not, but make sure you check the thumbnail. And I would like to see y'all back either way. Thank you guys so much for being here. Again, thank you for the support. Please know that you are important, you are special, and you are loved. And I'll see y'all tomorrow. Bye.